Ready? Hello, Tired Beaver. Hello, guys. How are you doing? Just starting out. Okay. So, I was I was going through my neovim config and finally migrating to like Nix packages and everything. So I don't have everything working yet because I didn't finish this stuff. So I need to make my Vim work. Right now it looks pretty much the bloated. Rationalizer doesn't work yet because I didn't set it up yet, okay? But is this how you work in Vim? Is you just like literally have nothing here? I have some configuration, but I don't know. I have made the plugins like the telescope works here, and I have this, but I need to finish setting this up. Okay. Bare neovim is best neovim. Well, it's not bare neovim anymore. I have some plugins. I just didn't configure all of them. Bare neovim. I don't know. Good morning. Hello. Good morning to you too. Okay, so I'm going to go into my Nix files. Here we go. So we had the NV chat that I was modifying, right? And now I have started to make it my own neovim config. So over here, I only have one file. This is my entire neovim config now. So yeah, we have some general keybinds and then some general options. And then we are configuring some of the plugins. So what the plugins? We have the hop plugin, so I can hop anywhere like this. G, F. Hello, Vim streamer. Hello, Davey. I'm going to set up the my Vim configuration again. Probably it's going to take about an hour, and then we are going to work on the game. Yeah, we have the hop plugin set up. We have the trouble plugin set up, even although I don't have any trouble because my language server doesn't work yet. I code in Perl? No, I don't. Is there Perl somewhere here? Did you see some Perl here? That's Lua. What do you... Oh, wait, over here we have Perl. No, it's disable default providers. I'm disabling because neovim has Perl, Python, and Ruby by default. We're disabling those, okay? No problem, you're stuck under load because our wheel is broken, so you will be outside for a while. Oh shit. Do you drive a car yourself? Wait. How are you watching the stream if you are in trouble right now? Like that. Okay. Alright, so yeah, then we have the telescope. So I was just going through my config and setting it up myself is actually very useful because I have finally figured out that I think telescope is the best plugin. If you have your bare Vim config, you should at least install yourself a telescope, I think. Because I mean, I think the thing that is most useful, since I am not really because I need help sometimes, right? I can search for help here using telescope. So I can search what is this, for example, right? What is scroll off? What is anything I want? We can also search for commands. I don't think I have bound any key to searching for the commands, but you just use the built-in file explorer. It's not even about files. It's about searching anything. Like, for example, do you know all of the commands that your Vim has? I can open Telescope, right? And I can search for commands here. So here's all of the commands that we have from all of the different plugins. right? So for example, we have the hop plugin, and I can see where can I hop to. I can hop, I don't know, let's do hop word, and then oh, it doesn't trigger the command, I guess. Okay. :h command is what I use. Yes, that's what I was using before, but you need to search for, you need to know what you're searching for, and this makes makes it easier because you don't always know what you're searching for exactly. So I think that's why. And also this one I think is useful. Fuzzy find in current buffer. So if you want to go somewhere in your current file, you can just go and fuzzy find. Like let's go to the trouble setup over here. I can just go here. Here's my trouble setup, right? I'm just fuzzy finding. Instead of just searching like in regular Vim for trouble, I can fuzzy find anything in my current buffer, which might be more useful. We'll see. Okay, yeah. So then we have, after the telescope, the neovim tree. This is the thing on the left that I use. And then that's it. Then I stopped, and we need to do more here. So what is more? Let me open another Vim. So we have the NV chat here, and I had other stuff. I have installed all of my plugins, so all of my plugins are now not using the lazy neovim. They're in my Nix configuration. So here's all the plugins that I am installing, and even my own configuration is a plugin because I'm installing it system wide. By the way, not only for my user, so everyone is going to be using the same configuration if there is going to be another person on this PC. So yeah, which key is also a cool one, although I'm not sure if it's useful. So there is this thing that is called which key, so I can understand what key do I like, what does a certain key do. But at the same time, the telescope, once again, we can search using telescope for keybind, for key maps. Yeah, over here we can search the key maps and we can see what every single keybind is doing. Right, so over here you can see that space HA is bound to hop anywhere. Like that. Okay, but I need some other stuff. Auto session, I'm not sure if I'm going to set this up yet. Fugitive, I never really used it, so I don't know. Cellular automaton, that is not in the Nix packages, so I don't have that yet. Plenary, it's just a library as far as I understand. But what is useful? NV chat, like specific plugins, I have not installed. Also, I want to change my. I think I want to change my my color scheme here. So need to figure out how to and what exactly is the color scheme that I want to use. One dark from the NV chat was pretty nice, so maybe I just use that. Git signs. Git signs is something that I was never looking at, but sounds like a nice plugin. Maybe I will set it up later. I think the most important stuff right now, what showed all of the keybinds again, it's the telescope. Telescope. You can search for anything here. Oh, by the way, yeah, I can search for language server references. I can search for language server implementations, definitions, type definitions, like for a lot of stuff that I'm searching for. I can search, like Telescope, I think is the best plugin. If you want to install just one plugin, just install this one. So yeah, here's, I can search for my, and I can search, like find, right? So here we have, in order to find in current buffer, I can press space FZ. This is one of the keybinds that I did myself. Okay, so I just want to configure the language server basically, so that we can start working on the game. Every other things are pretty much not really necessary. We have comment neovim, that is probably something that I can set up too. What says the description of the key map? So when you use your configuration in Lua, over here, you use the vim key map set, right? Hold on. How do I do this so that you can see it easily? Vim key map set. So the first argument to this is the mode, then the key bind, and then what is bound to, and then you can have additional options, and one of the options is the description. So I have the descriptions for all my keybinds. Alright. So yeah, I cannot toggle the commenting now, but that's okay. I just want, I think, the only plugin that I really want. The only plugin that I really want is the language server, for which I just need the neovim lsp config. I want to configure this one, right? Your only keybind is taking away the man pages thing. Taking away the man pages thing. What is this? Man pages thing. Away. Shift K. Oh, like if I go to Shift K, I can search for help on a specific topic, right? Like if I hover over vim key map set. I need to select it all and then do Shift K. Wait, what? It says no manual entry for vim key map set, but I can literally do help vim key map set. I can literally do that. Hold on, my Shift K doesn't even work. Well, Shift K is LSP hover. Once we have LSP configured, it's calling the manual pages. Is it? Okay. That's not very super useful, I think. No manual entry for set, yeah. Okay, telescope is working though. We can see that I am, even although not telescope, tree sitter. We have the tree sitter context over there at the top. That's working. For me, that when you would accidentally trigger it, neovim would hang for like 10 seconds. Why don't you just use VS Code, by the way, with the default configuration, since you're not configuring neovim? Anyway, the default configuration of VS Code is better, no? Or do you have like a potato of a PC? So how could you say such things? Okay. No, Vim is better, obviously. That's why we're using it, right? Right? Okay, I need to configure the LSP, and CMP. Also, CMP is the completion stuff, right? Yeah. CMP is the completion. So what? This is what we had before. This is some NVChat stuff. I think we can just make it simpler. We can just make it simpler. by looking somewhere. VS Code isn't bad, but the Vim Motions plugin on VS Code isn't one-to-one. Maybe we can go here. Hello? And Vim LSP config. Okay. Okay, so here's the suggested configuration that I have, right? So that's what I want to do here. This is just the configuration of the LSP, not of the NVIM CMP. I'm not really like understanding how this works exactly. But I think this is the suggested configuration. Let's just take this and put this over here. So in the very end, we have our language server. Did I customize the icons as well? Well, this is because I have my NV chat, right? That's what they did. So I copied them a little bit, and I like them. So those icons. So if I don't do this, what is the default icons? They just looking differently? I'm guessing that by default you still have icons in the NVIM tree, right? Server specific settings. Okay. Let's be config Rust analyzer setup. Did they just set up Rust analyzer for me and that's it? Can I just reload now? That's not enough, right? What I did here. Well, we only have the Rust analyzer technically. So I should probably try going into some project that has some Rust in it. Over here. Do we have? No. 0 clients attached to this buffer. This color scheme is bad. The pink. Alright. This is buffer local mappings. But I can make those global mappings because I don't think it matters. So what they do here is they set the mappings only for those files where my language server is open. But I think I will make these keybinds global. Because why not? But before that, we need to actually set up our... how do I set up? Minimal init. Let's see. They don't have CMP here. Even. Diagnostics. Next diagnostic, previous diagnostics. All right. You're right. TypeScript server and Rust analyzer is what they're doing here. So why am I not having anything? I think I need to set up. You know what? The here's my LSP config that we had before. So I just need Lua language server to have also. Here's my, yeah. Rust analyzer diagnostics enable false. Huh? Let me copy this. LSP config. Rewrite TS server. We don't need that. Lua. Sure. Let's set up Lua because I'm working on my Vim config and it is in Lua. On attach. Capabilities. So what? Just attach auto command to only map the following keys after the language server attaches to the current buffer. Okay. I don't think I even need that. I don't think I need those. Lazy neovim extension and vchat types. We can remove that. Vim runtime Lua. Vim runtime Vim Lua LSP. So that's how we have the auto completion for our Vim. Right? Do I have my language server? No, I don't. And to figure it out, I'm pretty sure that we need the CMP plugin, but they don't tell us about it anywhere. Vim CMP. A completion engine plugin, yeah. We need that thing. And here's the recommended configuration with the neovim LSP config too. Yeah, over here we set up the nvim CMP by doing all of that. Should split my configuration to multiple files too. Let's see, we are requiring the CMP. Do I know LSP0? Someone told me that LSP0 broke for them, so they had to go through the process themselves. So we're not using that. It's easy to get started with it, and then it breaks or something. That's what I was told. So yeah, this is a little bit too much as a the initial configuration, right? We should just work And with LSP0, so it would just work for us, I guess. Required, you must specify a snippet engine. So we have Lua snip here installed. So yeah, Lua snip. Huh? Wait, how do I? Telescope. Find in current buffer FZ. Okay. Lua snip. I am not really loading it. Okay, fine. I will require it then. Here. It's been working fine for you so far. Hopefully it won't break. I'm not sure. I didn't try it myself. It's some of the friends that do use Vim for a long time. I'm not sure. Maybe it's their maybe they did something wrong. But so I was basing my configuration on the NVChat, and they didn't use LSP0. They have their own configuration. So I'm just doing the same, basically, that they were doing. Window completion, mapping, Control B, Control F, Control Space, Control E to abort, Enter to confirm, select true, select to false to only confirm. Okay, I see, I understand. Sources, and then we have sources, which are the neovim LSP, and then we have we don't use the vsnip, we instead use the Lua snip. Although technically I want to, I don't want my snippets. It's just required. So for some reason, snippet engine is required. But technically, I don't even want it. I hate snippets. Can we get rid of those? And then we also suggest from the current buffer. Right? Set the configuration for specific file type. Okay, so git. You can specify the git source if cmp git. I don't have it installed. Right? So this is for git commit. I don't think I need that. I don't think I need that. Let me just delete. I want my configuration as simple as possible. Use buffer source for slash and question mark. So this is for regular searching. Is that it? We can have auto completion in our search. Okay, fine. That's okay. And auto completion for the colon. So when we are doing the commands. Okay, fine. Set up LSP config capabilities. CMP and Vim LSP. I think I have this plugin installed, right? We have CMP and Vim LSP. We have CMP and Vim Lua. By the way, CMP Lua snip, CMP buffer, CMP path, and the NVim LSP config, and NVim LS CMP. So those are the things. That's a lot of things that we need for the minimal configuration, but okay. Required LSP config. Yeah. Setup. Default capabilities. Okay, that's actually not bad. So wait, do I even? I think LSP config. over here. No, 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 no. We have the capabilities. So we set up the LSP after the CMP. Over here. So I'm going to say that capabilities are neovim LSP default capabilities, and then we just say that the capabilities are equal to capabilities, just like that. On attach, we don't need that. So for Lua and for Rust Analyzer, for both of those, I'm going to have the capabilities set up. Okay, is that it? Is my LSP? No. Why no? What do I need to do? What exactly is launching the LSP? What exactly is the thing that launches the language server? LSP log, maybe? So this is from yesterday. This is old logs. What exactly is launching the language server? I think it's the job of the CMP stuff. Right? Is my configuration even loaded? Oh, wait, I did NixOS. I did dot switch. I need to switch my entire NixOS because I'm installing it globally. The configuration, not just for my user. My bad. Okay. Alright, I think it's working. Some highlighting has been changed. Whatever that means. LSP info. One client is attached to this buffer. Okay. I need to change my color scheme. I think that's the last thing that I need before actually working. So what? Can I do formatting? I think we have just formatted some stuff. So let's say that I'm going to add spaces here, and then I'm doing LSP format. And then it is formatted. It took a little bit of time though. Interesting. So can I also do vim dot? Yeah. Next, previous. And then we can hit enter. Okay. Nice. Okay, it works. It works. We can go to definition, we can go to declaration, we can LSP hover, we can go to implementation, signature help, add workspace folder, remove workspace folder, list workspace folders, type definition, rename, code action, references, format. Oh, it's just space F. It's not space FM, just like we had before. I see. So that's why it took a second, because I have space F, and then something else. I understand. So I want space FM here because we have space F as a prefix for some other commands. All right. Okay. Now, how do I set up my color scheme to be different? That's the only thing, right? We need to install some plugin that gives us the color scheme. Is that it? So we search for packages, Vim plugins. One dark. Vim plugins, one dark Vim. That's what I want. One dark and Vim. One dark theme. Which one is better? This one probably. Alright. One dark. I like it. Oh, they have different themes, by the way. They have deep, dark. Which one was I using? Okay. So yeah, this is nice. This is nice. And then we just load it. Require one dark.load. I understand. Over here, we set up one dark and Vim. And inside our Lua configuration, we do require one dark.load. And that's going to be it, right? Might need to add some additional configuration later, but I think we have the minimum that I was actually using set up. Okay, that's a color scheme that I like. Okay, let's go to the neovim now, so that we can have I guess I don't have the terminal though inside. We can have a terminal like this. There you go. Okay, the game works, but can we work on the game? Also, I just realized my audio is going through my headphones. How do I test it again? Well, actually, I probably don't even need the terminal, right? I can just do exclamation cargo run, because that's all I really need. Okay, there you go. Okay. We can go into main. Is our language server working? I don't have the status line like we had before. The status line was nice, even though I never was looking at it. Technically. And we also don't have tabs. But is my LSP... I also... Yeah, we have the Rust analyzer here. Okay, so can I hover? Config. Dgil, hello? Alright. External creation logic cider, yeah, okay. So I can go to definition. I can go back. This is assets, go to definition, yeah. Everything works, I think. So we can actually work on the game now. Nice. Let me commit my configuration here. Alright. Custom neovim config. Finally I'm using my own custom neovim config and not a config from someone else. That's how you're supposed to do it, right? Okay, and now we work on the game. Now we work on the game. I also can do this, for example, to have my terminal. If I ever need it. Okay. Now, I guess we just need to figure out what is it that we want to actually be doing today, which is the game. Let's take a look. Link, Movieman, link cider issues. Do we have anything new? Do we have anything priority? Let's see. We have priorities. Rewriting to engine. Yes, this is in the process. In-game level editor. That's kind of there. That's what we were doing yesterday. We have the world view. Okay, renaming the levels. I think we can do this one. That one is pretty important to do. I guess. So here's what we have. Here's what we have. Here's our game. Right, this is the world view where we see all of the levels. And I can go to a specific level, but these levels, they are called so we have levels in different groups, right? So this is level 13, but that's because we were migrating. Technically, if I'm going to create a new group and a new level on this new group, this group is called using some random symbols. So we're literally generating random names for every group and every level. So here's we have 3 levels from the GUWD group, and I want to actually have names for them. Deleting a group is also something that we don't have right now. So I think I want to keep it simple, and whenever we want to have some input from the user, I want to show an input box. Although technically that's probably not very easy to do also. Maybe I want to actually try figuring out how to do state management properly. In a different way. So the way we have it right now is we have the state machine in the engine, and then we are doing transitions from this state into some other states. But so the state machine is like a stack where the current state that we're in is at the top. And then we're calling the transition function to see if we want to go into anything else. So that's how we model our state machine here. But I was thinking actually, what if we had instead something like this? I want it to be specified as simple as possible. One of the things that can model a state machine in Rust is async. So what if we have async run, right? So we start the game with going into the world view, right? We go into the world view. So what is world view? World view is we just so basically how do I do this? I'm just saying that the world view is something that returns that returns a transition. So after the world view, we can go into the editor of the specific level. Or is it going to be called over here? So when we're inside the world view, I think I just want to call the function that is called, so yeah, editor. From inside the world view, we want to call the editor sometimes. If we have clicked on the level, then we go into the editor of this specific level. I'm just trying to figure out how exactly it's going to work. Let's take a look at the engine actually. Over here. So here's how it's working. We have gang state. This is our state machine stuff, right? So when we're transitioning, we either pop the stack, or we switch, replace the current state with another state, or we push a new state to the state stack. So technically, when you are just writing regular functions, pushing a new stack onto the state under the stack is just calling another function. Pop the stack means that we are returning from the current function. And replacing is just like a tail call. Right? So, let's say that we're handling the event here, and we want to, in response to the event, to to push something to start running in a different state, right? Does this mean that this function is to be async? We're going to have an async trait. I think we want this to still be here, technically. Let me yonk everything. Let me create a new file that's going to be called async state. I don't even want to have async trait as a state, right? I want those to be just functions, just regular functions. So I want to represent a regular state function, an async function, as a state in the game. I think I need a conversion like that. Is it possible? Probably not really. Because how do we know if we want to update or if some events has happened? If I cannot figure it out, then we will just do it all the way. But I have a feeling like that this is how I want it to be. Here's what I have seen a couple of days ago. The async winit. So they have the window in library, right? So we are responding to the events and we're doing something. But they instead are calling, are using the async stuff. Over here. Let's see how this is used. Wait for the window to be redrawn. So this is us waiting for the next frame, basically. Might be too hard for me. I need to spend some time thinking about it first. But I think we're going to have some sort of a waiter here, just like they have. This is something. And then we either wait for update. And this gives us the delta time that has passed, basically. So this is the analog to the update in trait. So delta time is this. Either this or... So we have multiple things that can happen, right? We're either waiting for an update or we're waiting for draw And for the draw, we're going to need to draw onto the frame buffer, right? Or we are going to have an event where we are waiting for an event. So we need to select one of those. One of those is going to be happening first. So we do futures select or something. Maybe I just have it here. Futures select. Suppose multiple futures simultaneously. Hello, Nerdsoul. How are you doing? Have you ever thought about doing this state machine using async? Because that's what I'm trying to think about here. Not sure if we are going to do this, but basically instead of having the trait state here, where... No, why? Because then you can have your states return as regular functions. And you, like, pushing something onto a stack that we have right now is just calling another function. Open the stack is returning from the function. It's going to be simple code then. Imagine if you are trying to write a regular command line program. You don't do state machines that often even. Yeah, but that's... I also don't do them often. But right now I want to have... Okay, well, technically I don't want... I was just thinking that about this idea. But technically all I really want is to have a state where I have the input. So instead of handling the text input from inside my state, I want to go into a new state. I want to push new state into the stack that allows me to enter some string, basically. You know, like in JavaScript, you have input, I think, right? That just creates you a pop-up where you put in some text. In Vim, you can also have it, right? When you have the Rust analyzer, when you have a rename, so rename over here in the bottom left, right? I'm renaming. So this is technically just neovim, just call the function, get an input from the user, right? Can I have this in the engine? Just call in a function that gets me an input from the user, but also with visuals, right? So it's not really just a function. It's a function that also does rendering at the same time, you know? So it's this function is an entire game state. Do you understand? So I want to be able to create an async function that is a state, basically. Ah, shit. I also moved my neovim configuration. It's a little different now. Just a little bit. It's more basic and raw without the NV chat. So how do I scroll this window, for example? I don't know. I don't know. Usually Control D. Well, that's probably it then. No, it's Control B and Control F. Like the usual scroll. Well, it is like the usual scroll, right? But the usual scroll is Control B and Control F. But you use Control D and Control U. I'm guessing, right? So what? I mean, I can just change this, but Control F. Wait, it doesn't even work. Did they just lie to me? Did they just lie to me? I'm pressing Control F. It's not doing this. Maybe we are at the very end. There is nothing to scroll. No, there is something to scroll to. Oh shit. You know what? I can just open it in Firefox and use my mouse. So I think it's something like this. Delta time is waiter update waiter update. Then over here we're doing the delta. So this is the same as the update function in the state, and then we have frame buffer is equal to waiter draw, and then we have event is waiter event, right? Okay, so I'm selecting and doing something. So what is this waiter, right? We have struct waiter, and we need to have inside its implementation an async function update viewed self, which is going to return ourselves the delta time, right? And we have an async function event that is returning. Wait, but I cannot have it mutable. Okay, fine. We have this. This returns an event, and then async function draw is returning ourselves a mutable frame buffer that we need to draw on. So can I do this, and then basically we will have a function as state which takes a function that takes a waiter and returns a future where future is future, right? I mean, technically I just need to create a waiter. But yeah, this is a function that is going to return me something that implements this state as usual. So that's how we convert from it being an async function into being a regular gang state. What is this? Look at this. This is just a long horizontal line. Why is this here? Well, I see the errors on the screen. That's nice, but I got a billing error there. Big error. Yeah, why though? Oh, because we don't have this. All right. It's weird. Like, why is this one long? This one is longer than this. Than this. This is supposed to be an icon or something. I guess multiple error messages. I don't know. Maybe. Anyway, so here's what I'm trying to do here. And how do we actually implement it? Should be possible. So if this is possible, basically, this means that over here, when I'm getting a specific event, right? So if I'm going to say like if event key down key is escape, for example, we just return here. So, and this means that we're exiting this function, right? And this function does a loop of this selecting what's happening next, right? So if so, that's how we pop the stack instead of doing transition pop, you know. And also, if we are doing something like, I don't know, space, then I can call in another state from over here, which can be test, I don't know, some other state dot await. And some other state is a similar thing. We need our waiter here. I guess waiter should be just something that's easily copyable. I'm guessing. Although technically it's easier to copy if it's just a reference. Like that. Some other state. Waiter. Okay. Something like that is what I'm imagining. So here's how you pop the stack. Here's how you push something new into the stack by just calling a function regularly. Do you think it's nice if I do it this way? I think that's nice. So that's how you also transfer ownership from... I don't think you heard that, right? You didn't. Well, I did. Picorli. Hello. Yeah, so remember how in our transitioning stuff we cannot give away ownership and move some stuff. So using this you actually can. Right? Nerdsel, you understand? You will be able to give away ownership of some of the internals of your state. And some of the internals of your state are literally just... You don't even have a struct here anymore. It wasn't listening. Okay. Fine. I will do it first and then I will show you, okay? I'm pretty sure it's going to work. We just need to figure out how to implement the waiter here. Async functions build a state machine for you, right? Yeah, that's exactly. So right now we are having a manual state machine. And it's going to be easier if we let the async functions build a state machine for us, because that's going to be easier for us to reason about how our state machine actually is working, because that's regular functions, right? That's the idea. Yes, we already do. Well, yeah, but the manual implement. Actually, you can do more things with async, because I mean you can do the same things without async, but then you sometimes need sometimes you need unsafe, I guess, because this can hold references between the await points, basically. So it's technically easier to async stuff and more intuitive also, and it's more flexible because because of the borrowing. It's easier to have borrowing and ownership semantics when you are writing an async function than when you are writing the state machine manually. Should really learn how Rust async works, but I kinda like the purity of the manual state machine. Then again, I'd really like single generators for iteration. Yeah. So the async is implemented using the generators, as far as I understand. So that's actually the thing that's converting your function into a state machine. And right now it's just only working with async. And if we can have generators, then it would be also nice. And yeah. So technically, for example, over here, when I'm drawing some stuff, I want to draw without like there should be no await points here, because drawing is something that's supposed to be happening instantly without, like, in the current frame. Is Axiom the mainstream library for backend nowadays? I think so. Or Actix Web. I tried Actix. Last time I did it, I did Actix Web, but I think Axiom might be nicer. I didn't really try. I was about to try, but then we did something else. They look very similar to each other. So hold on. Even although this is not implemented, I can just do to do here to get rid of the error messages. Right? Test. Yeah, this is some other state. Oh, okay. Now it actually compiles, right? No, it doesn't. Okay. Trade bound future is not satisfied. So what? I cannot select here using... I never used select for some reason. Oh, we need dot fuse. So why do we need fuse? Futures directly passed to select must be unpin and implement fused future. If an expression uses a future, instead of future, unpin requires an relation. If an expression which yields a future is passed to select, e.g. an async function call instead of a future by name, the unpin requirement is relaxed since the macro will pin the resulting future on the stack. However, the future returned by the expression must implement fused future. Huh? So they are only pinning them automatically when? If an expression which would use a future is passed to select instead of a future by name. What does this sentence mean? Does anyone understand? If an expression which yields a future is passed to select, this is an expression. This is a future. So this is an expression here, and this is they passing it over here. So for this thing, they're fusing automatically, but for this thing, they don't. But how is this different? I don't understand. Calling the following async function returns a future which does not implement unpin. So then you need to fuse it. Okay. Fine. So we need to fuse here. Is that it? Alright, so this is the only problem here now. Okay, let's see. So, waiter. We are waiting for the update event to happen. Let's see. We're going to have basically over here struct state, and then we are going to return this state. And then we're going to over here implement this for our state. Implement missing members. So we have draw. So yeah, let's just make the parity here. We have update, draw, and handling events. Right? So what needs to happen here so that we pull the future actually? This means that the waiter needs to know about what's happening. I think especially with the mutable reference to the frame buffer over here, when we're doing the rendering, it's this is what is hard. Because this mutable reference only leaves while this draw call is happening. It's because I cannot move it somewhere else. So this lifetime of this mutable reference that we're going to return from this draw call should be less than the lifetime of this draw call. So how do I achieve that? We can start without drawing, technically. But that's a pretty important thing. Although technically. Maybe we instead do something else. Maybe we actually have an async trait here. Like async trait. Trait async state. Because the only thing that should not be async ever is the draw. So this thing should not be async, but then the update and the handling events can be. So over here we have async function update. Let's just have only update. For now. But then I cannot just return because it's not a function anymore. No. That's wrong. Or is it? Because this is representing the state, which is a function, supposedly. There's a drive macro for turning state machines into futures. Well, we want the other way around. We want future to be turned into a state machine, right? Because I want to, yeah. Well, technically, if we want, we could have both ways. So we are calling this function, and this is going to be a future. And I want the future to be turned into this. So I'm going to pull the future inside our update here. So something, it is something like this. I want self waiter generate event like update using this delta time, you know, something like this. And then we do self pull inner future. So we are going to save the future that is our function over here underneath. Future is going to be pinned future, because we're going to pin it or something, I don't know. Or we can fuse it ourselves, right? Is there fused future? Fused future. Is that what they want? Can't use generic. Okay. State. Future is future. Fused future. Do you want me to do the manifesting for the rise? I don't care too much, but if you want to, okay. I don't think it matters too much. You should probably work on the ECS stuff so that we can tell people about it, you know? If you want, you can do the manifesting. It's a little magic. You just see in the if the independencies of your crate we have the gang directly, then gang ECS is gang colon colon ECS. But if in the dependencies you have gang underscore ECS, then gang ECS is gang underscore ECS. You know, that's something like this. I will start making the game this evening or tomorrow. Oh, nice. What game? For the game jam? What's the idea? Common could be mentality. Hello there. Those mouse animations though. Yeah. That's neovim. That's what they are doing. Oh shit, it doesn't work. Editor? Oh, there you go. Neovim. Neovim is doing animations for the cursor. Oh, animation, yeah. I just forgot how I called the command. That's right. Okay, so yeah, state is something that lives for a static lifetime right now, which is why actually I'm not even sure if we can do this. I really want to explore this idea though, like sometime at least, if I cannot figure it right now. I need to make this future like a static future. But technically, can I? I guess when we're transitioning into this, then we will need to. But when we're calling some other state which is already async function, that's no longer a requirement. Right? So this future must be a future that is a static future, technically. So over here, this future is static. And then we are going to have a waiter or something. We need to generate event, and then okay. How about something like this? Generate event. And over here, we do generate event. Event. That's right. That's what's happening here. For draw, though, I don't really know. So here's what needs to happen when something happened, right? One of those three things is happening. We are either updating or handling event or drawing stuff on the screen, right? So what is going to happen? And what is going to happen? I need to pull the internal function, the internal. Yeah, I need to pull this. And to make sure that the waiter update is like if we have had the update event, then this future is something that needs to return something now. Which means that well, technically it's instead of doing future select, if it's going to be easier if I just make this enum over here. I should make this all work in a separate test.rs. Let's do mod test and work over there. So we have an event, and when we are waiting for something, wait, we are just returning the event. Okay, there you go. And over here, instead of doing future select, I'm just going to say that we're going to match waiter wait await, right? And over here something has happened, either an update or an event or a draw, which is something that's going to be harder. But I think at least updating and everything that doesn't involve a reference is going to be pretty simple here. Relatively simple. My face looks angelic. Hello, Jerem. How are you doing? Thank you. Better now that I'm here too. Okay. I'm trying to do some experimentation here right now. I'm not even sure exactly what I'm doing. I mean, I know what I want to do, but I'm not sure exactly how. It's all weird right now. If I don't figure it out in half an hour, I think I will just drop it and think about it the other way and the other day and start working on the actual game. So when something has happened, when the event has happened, I need to make sure that this waiter is returning something, which means that we need something like futures. Is my language server not working again? No. Events is going to be futures channel MPSC. Yeah, that's what I want. Yes, I want a channel of events. Over here we're going to have a receiver of events. So this is all our waiter really is, and we're waiting for it. We do self events. Are you planning on doing an GMTK jam? Yes, I think so. I think so. Do you? Although I'm not super excited about it, so I will just do it just to do it, I think. Trying to do something very simple because I want to work on this game and on the farting game that you were playing. I want to focus on games more instead of focusing on the gems now. I have been doing in the last half a year, I did like 10 game gems in the last 6 months, which is a little too much. I'm planning on winning it too though. No, I don't think so. You might try finding a group because you're feeling burnt out by being the leader. So he's going to win the GMTK gem? No. The only time I participated in GMTK, my game was probably the first, but from the last, you know, because yeah. Switch returns optional event, but I mean technically we just unwrap here, I think. Because this is just going to always be happening. Cannot borrow as mutable, okay. So can I just do a ref cell here then? Well, yeah. No, I think I can mute here. Ref cell. I have gone far. No. Cancel the ref cell. Hold on. So yeah, now we will just have the mutable waiter. That makes more sense. That makes more sense to me. So when we have the async function, we're going to have the mutable waiter reference. And waiter is something that waits for the events. That's all it does, really. It just waits for the events. Right? So over here, I'm going to create sender and receiver by doing futures channel multi-producer single consumer channel. I guess unbounded. I don't know. I mean, technically, there should be only one event that we're waiting for. At a time, but okay, unbounded. Let's do unbounded. So our state is going to, so our waiter has the receiver inside of it, but our state actually uh, has the sender. Right? So when we're generating the event here, we're doing self events send. I mean, I just do try send here, or I can do start send. Send a message on the channel. The channel should only be called after poll ready has reported that the channel is ready to receive a message. Try send attempts to send a message on the sender, returning the message if there was an error. I think this one. So we're going to try send, and then we're going to unwrap. Yes, unwrap all the things. Right. So rename into events. State is going to have events are going to be the sender here, and future is the future. Let's see. The future is equal to f from the waiter. Right? But we need to create the waiter. Waiter is waiter. Waiter only has the receiver of the events. Mismatch types. Expected struct this found unbounded receiver. Okay, unbounded receiver and bounded receiver are different things. Unbounded sender. And this should be unbounded receiver. So for the unbounded, is there just a send? No. Unbounded send. Send a message along this channel. Yeah, unbounded send. There you go. Hmm. Do 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 do. All right. So we have the future. We don't have any errors, right? No, we don't. The only thing that we need is to pull the future here. Can I just pull the future? So basically, our state is acting as a future executor, right? Self future pull unpin or something. We need to create a context. What's the context though? It's been a while since I was polling futures manually. Context only serves to provide access to the waker. Yes, so we need a waker. What about the fused future? What do they provide for us? Is terminated. Runs true if the underlying future should no longer be polled. Okay. Future which tracks whether or not the underlying future should no longer be polled. If it's terminated, it will return true if a future should no longer be polled. Usually this state occurs after poll returns poll ready. However, it's terminated might also return true if the future has become inactive and can no longer make progress and should be ignored and dropped after rather than polled again. My tooth, I guess. Hello? Hello, hello. Hi? Okay, now we have the future score in our workspaces in Rust Analyzer. How do I remove it? Am I on Linux? Yes. Thanks, Nerdsoul. I use NixOS. So my Rust Analyzer has this because I have jumped to the definition. We now have the futures crate in our workspaces. Can I have this not in my workspaces? I guess I also want the workspace to not be edited automatically. I can't like there is a command to remove workspace. But what's the folder? I don't even know it exactly. I guess this one, home Kuviman cargo registry source index crates. Like this. Future score. No, we have even future score, not futures util. I guess that's not the only one. There a command to get my Vim config. I guess not. I have the Nix files. We have all of the configuration is here. I have just remade the configuration. It's missing some things. I will work on it more. Okay, fine. I will just hide it. Pretend that we have no errors. I mean, we don't have any errors. Yeah, we don't. Yeah. So the only one thing that is missing is to continue to poll our futures, our future, until it returns. I never have errors. Yeah, exactly. So I have been doing this before. But I'm not sure if I have been doing this correctly. We have the asset loading, for example, using async. Right? Where's my loading screen? The loading screen not here. Oh, it's here for some reason. Alright, fine. Yeah, we have a future, which was a pinned boxed future. So, local boxed future. Yeah, that's what I was doing. I was just pulling it with the context where we have a no waker something. We pull unpin by having that. Future cannot be unpinned. Consider using the pin macro. So can I just do pin box also? Or what should it be? It should have fused plus unpin. And then we can have it. Unpin was not satisfied. Plus unpin. Future cannot be unpinned. Well, it makes sense. I think over here, I'm just going to say that future is going to be future boxed local, and then we have it unpin, right? And then we need to fuse it also. I guess we fuse the future, and then make it boxed local. Like that. No. Can I do boxed and then fuse? Oh, I think it works. I think this works. So yeah, we just do while that ball future ball ball std task ball. So while we are well, I think we just pull it once and that's it, right? We just ignore the value. If the future returns something, we just ignore it because that's. I guess our future is technically having the output of nothing. What happens if I'm polling the fused future, which tracks whether or not the underlying future should be pulled? Okay. This terminator will return true if a future should no longer be polled. Usually the state occurs. Okay. So basically, we can technically do this only if self future is not terminated, right? If we are not terminated, then we are polling the future. Although if we are terminated, we should just yeah. I think that's what it is. So the transition method here says that if our future was terminated, then we return. I guess we do is terminated. Then some state transition pop. Right? Okay. All right. So I think this is going to work, but let's just try calling it. You know, let's just try calling it. I'm just going to call this main 2, right? And instead having a different main that's calling our test, we are going to do function main. We are going to initialize the engine. So I'm going to do getting new test run test. I mean, okay, test main. Can I do this? Let's have it here. Function main. I'm just all I really need to do here is can I make sure that my cursor is not on the very edge of the screen, even although I'm at the end of the file? I think that's possible to do in Vim, right? Main. So for the main, we do create the engine and then we run the state, which is as state the test function. I mean, we just do technically waiter test mute waiter, because that function has a mutable reference to the waiter.
Squiggly rings.
Squiggly rings. Hello, hello. So this just returns a future, I think. Cannot return value referencing. I think I do async move test mute waiter dot await. All right, this works. How it goes? I'm doing some experimentation here on the state management. I don't know even like how to tell you about it, but if you are interested, I can show you a little bit before I run my tests. Oh shit! I cannot. I don't have the commenting anymore. Let me show you this. I'm doing magic. Yes, that's what I'm doing. But let me show you the game. We have the in-game game editor, level editor over here. That's what we did yesterday. So we can add new levels, and we can go into a specific level and start drawing here. We have the wheel selection that selects our current tool that we can use for drawing the level. And then I can go ahead and play this level immediately. So yeah, that's what we did yesterday, and today I want to do a little more improvements, but I want to first make sure that it's easier for myself to work on the code, so I'm doing some magic to make it easier for myself. I need that that comment plugin, I guess, to have. Okay, so let's go. Let's go here. Let's do this test. So here, what we have basically is we have this is what determines Nerdcell. Do you see this? This is all you need to specify the game state, right? So here's your update with delta time, and here is your event, right? So this is the corresponding to the methods of the gang state trait. You just wait for those, and one of those is going to happen, right? And we can debug what they are. What we have here. Let's just debug. Right? Let's do cargo run. Panic, not yet implemented. Source test 66. Something is not implemented. Oh, the rendering is not implemented. That makes sense. That makes sense. So I think I just comment this out and then do cargo run. So this one is hard, but maybe we can figure it out too. There you go. And here you go. We have some events also happening in the meantime. It's working. So this is also much smaller and compact because you don't need to create a structure and implement a trait for it. You just create a function and that's easy, right? So how do I draw? Although, how do I draw? So the thing that we don't have implemented is the draw, which technically should have inside the mutable reference to the frame buffer so that we can draw onto the frame buffer, right? Which means that this event has a lifetime. Over here we have lifetime, right? This event should this lifetime should be bound to ourselves too, I guess. But then how do we do the unbounded receiver, which has a lifetime to it? So this event has a lifetime, which means that the waiter itself has a lifetime. Impl waiter. So this doesn't work because this event. So what this lifetime should be tied to? I think this one should be tied. I mean, I can just do this. This will compile here. Now we have the draw with the frame buffer. So we need to so the problem is this event is not going to live for the entirety of the lifetime of our waiter. But I want this event to be living. Yeah. I want it to be living for the lifetime of this. We have the lifetime here. Which means that I'm not even sure that this is possible, to be honest. I'm not sure that this is possible. Because this future, the function that we have over here, the frame buffer, we're gonna have some await points here. Is it possible? I don't know. I can do some unsafe code here, but so technically this should be like static. Missing lifetime. Yeah, this also has lifetime. Borrow data escapes. Yeah. So now that this event has a lifetime to it, right? And this lifetime is not equal to the lifetime of ourselves. Can I even do anything then? I definitely cannot send it into the sender. Because this lifetime, that whatever we specify here, cannot be tied to this lifetime, right? So that's the only problem that I am not sure how to solve here. So we are basically waiting for the instructions of what to do. We either need to update ourselves, or we need to handle an event, or we need to draw something onto the frame buffer, right? Yeah. I can do some unsafe stuff, but is it correct? If I just... Can I just do a transmute to the static lifetime here? You know? How about we just transmute? We just transmute? Well, the thing is, this event is going to be completely completely dropped after we have called the polling of this future here. That's what should happen. That's what should happen. Will it actually happen? I don't know. This is where we need to figure out. But let me just try. Let me just try doing over here. Ugly, clear, frame buffer, safety. I don't know if that's safe. No, I'm pretty sure that it is unsafe right now, because it depends on the on your function implementation here. So it is definitely unsafe right now. But it is safe for my specific implementation here, I think. So yeah, let's do D001 on. Change it to safety, not safe. Omega low. Okay. So over here, now that this is just a regular function, we just have let mood t is going to be 0, right? When we're updating, I'm going to say t is equal to t plus delta time fractional. And we are going to see the color changing. Lifetime may not live long enough. Hello, Foggy. Wait, so what's here? Lifetime may not live long enough. Requirements occur because of the type waiter, which makes the generic argument invariant. The struct waiter is invariant over the type parameter, over the parameter a. I am bolder than before. No. I'm pretty sure I was yesterday the same boldness level. So I need to fix this over here. What do we have? As state, this should be okay. Yeah. So this function. Yeah. Okay. So this future is not static, basically now. Which makes sense because this function takes a waiter which has a lifetime, which means that the future that we generate is not static. So we transmuted also. You wasn't here yesterday. Yeah, we did a haircut recently. Doesn't look like Visual Studio. It's a Vim. So yeah, this future that we're generating is no longer static. It is no longer static. Although technically, let's make waiter a static waiter. And that's it. All right, cargo run. I like how the white highlight thing moves around. Yeah, that's the mouse cursor. Am I not getting the draw events? Oh, I'm not. Obviously, I'm not. Self, generate event, draw, frame buffer. That's the last piece. Lifetime and not live long enough. This usually requires that one must outlive 2. A must outlive 1. So I think technically, because we have 2 lifetimes here, this means that we have 2 lifetimes, A and B. One must outlive 2. This usage requires that 1 must outlive 2. Is that true though? So we have it the other way around. 2 outlives 1, I think. When we're creating... So this technically is a frame buffer which has the lifetime here. Like B. Right? And this has a lifetime A. So when you have this reference, this means that B outlives A. Right? Consider added the following bound A, B. But this, I mean, okay. Where A, B. But that's, no, I don't understand. Should be the other way around. We just transmute, right? Hold on. Unsafe. Transmute. Alright, there you go. There you go. That's how we fix the error. Gotta go run. Let's see. So I have some lifetime issues here, but as you can see, so here I have created this animation where the background color is changing over time, right? And that's how we write this function. And that's how we write this function, right? We just have the t here, we change the color over time, and then we draw, we clear using this color, see? And let's say that we are going to have another one over here. So yeah, let me call this one green, and let me call this one red. So over here, if we are receiving an event, so far it's same as the normal state. Yeah, but here's how it's going to be different. When I'm going to call something and change something on the stack here. So I'm going to say that if event key down, key is key space, right, is equal to event, then I'm going to say green using waiter await. So inside over here, we are basically, this means that we're pushing a different state to the stack. And we can use anything from ourselves and take a reference to it. So over here we have the green. And the green, we can return from it. Hold on. Let's say that when I'm pressing over here, escape, right? Then I'm going to just return, and I'm going to return something with a value specifically. So let's have this value be I don't know, hello. Return hello. So this state, unlike the regular state, has a return value now, which is a static string, because that's what I have, right? And when we are over here, green returned some value, we can see that green has returned some value, you know? And then we can use it, the returned value, to continue our red state, or I don't know, something like that. Let me just change this to be not red, but green, right? So that's how we combine. So one of the states that I want to use like that is a state where we have some input from the player. Okay, we just need to fix it to be actually like safe and not safe. You know, I'm not. I think so. So this is definitely possible without unsafe for the events that don't have a reference in them. And this is the only hard part. So yeah, you just write regular functions, and then you call other functions, and those functions are something that can draw something on the screen. So let's do a cargo run. So here we go. We have red state, and then I'm pressing space, and I'm in the green state, and then I'm pressing escape, and I'm going back, and green has returned a hello over here in the bottom. Okay. So you understand how to use it now, right? Now, here's how we have implemented it. This is our basically migration logic to convert this into a regular state. And can we make it safe is the question. I think the yeah we just need to figure out how to do this safely. You like that? Yeah, I like that a lot. So you can not only call other functions, right? You can call functions by moving some stuff into them. So yeah, it's easier than using our regular state transitions. I think it's much easier to understand what's happening here, because we are creating the state machine using async, and it's the state machine generates automatically for us. The waiter moved into the green there. Yeah, it was. I mean, yeah, it was reborrowed here specifically, because this is the same as doing mute waiter, mute star waiter. That's what we do here. We do a reborrow. We didn't move it. So when we go back, we still have it. We lend the, so the waiter is only the green now has the waiter while the green is running, and then once the green function has returned, the waiter is available to the red function to work again. It's a reborrow. All right. So can we figure out the lifetime issue though? I mean, I think I can just start using it, even with unsafe. You know, it's okay, right? It's okay. It's just depending. Please don't. Okay. All right. So the thing is, if I hold this reference to the frame buffer, and if I do, if basically if I have any await points here, then it's going to be broken, and it's going to trigger undefined behavior. If we already don't, but I don't think we do, and we do have undefined behavior right now. But yeah. So like it only will it also will be broken if we are using some other async stuff. So for example, this is supposed, with this async function is only supposed to work with the waiter. You are not allowed to use any other async mechanisms. You know, so yeah, that's like maybe sometime in the future in Rust we will be able to have it. But yeah, I want this to like only be using specific async functions inside, you know? It's like the difference between the generators and async functions. You can right now model generators using async, and we're modeling state management using async, but there must be some other way of doing it, I think, by generating a state machine from function code somehow differently. But yeah. Okay, how do we make it safe? Over here we have the unbound sender of the static stuff, right? So here we have our waiter. I'm not sure how to do this here. I think we will have to use async. I think we will have to use async, but I mean we will have to use unsafe, but make it safe to use still by doing something like. So the problem here, our waiter, when we're waiting for the event, I want this event to be like this lifetime. This lifetime should be what? This lifetime. I think this lifetime should be the lifetime of the waiter. It's of the yeah. This should be bound. I mean, it's already bound to the waiter. So maybe technically it's already there. So we don't really have an unbounded sender, I think. I think we don't have an unbounded sender. Because we only are supposed to be handling one event at a time. So we only need to have current event, which is going to be this event, optional. We optionally have it. And we will need to to set this to something. I think we do a ref cell like that. When I'm waiting, We just need to wait for a signal. Is there something that can just... I mean, technically... No. We just need a bounded sender. We will have a regular receiver. What are we doing? I'm trying... I'm not working on the game yet. I'm trying to do generic logic to be able to write the game logic easier. Not the game logic, but the state management logic, like when we go into the editor and when we go into other stuff. You want me to work on the game? I can. We have figured something out. It's technically working already, what I wanted to do, but... Are you still outside? You won't be able to use PC today, I think? Okay. Oh. So you want me to make it a priority for you to be able to work on an iPad, on mobile, on the game, by making the game editor and the game playable on mobile? I don't think I can do it in one day anyway. That would be great. I mean, maybe I can do it in one day if I spend the entire day doing this on mobile browser, like I said. But then the question is, where do you save your like levels when you're editing them? You save them directly inside your browser. By the way, David, do you have only an iPad or do you have an Android? What do you have? Do you have a Mac, by the way? Phone is Android, but you have an iPad. Okay, the same as me. But do you have a Mac? No. Okay. Because I think the way you can create the iOS apps, so for the iPad, it's only possible from a Mac, and I don't have a Mac. Like if we figure out how to compile it for iOS, then we would need a Mac, I think. You can probably use your dad's Mac. Oh, so yeah, you have access to the Mac. Okay, so that's good. We don't really need to use it often. We just need to figure out if it's possible. Right? Yeah, okay. Because I had a MacBook before, but I just threw it away. Because I don't want it. Android first, I think. Yeah, I think Android first. Or, I mean, technically it can be mobile browser first. Why did I throw it? I mean, I didn't throw it. I gave it to someone who asked if I can give it to them. Because I didn't want it, so I was asking people, do you want it? Do you want it? I don't want a Mac. I didn't throw it away, I gave it away, I guess, is the correct thing. I don't know, because Macs are... I hate them. I don't know. Can you give me your laptop? No, because then I would need another one. I need a laptop and I need a PC. Yeah. Alright. I thought Nerdsel was lurking. Nerdsel, do you want to figure this out yourself? Maybe you will be able to figure it out. We have the general idea implemented. Do you want to try figuring out the lifetimes? Are you good with lifetimes? I think I'm not sure if what we're doing here is possible to be made without unsafe. But I think we can make a safe abstraction that works exactly like we have here. Okay, so first of all, I don't need an unbounded, I need bounded channel. And the size of the thing is going to be exactly 1. So we are... Hold on. Creates a bounded channel for communicating between asynchronous tasks. Being bounded, this channel provides back pressure to ensure that the sender outpaces the receiver by only a limited amount. The channel's capacity is equal to buffer plus number of senders. In other words, each sender gets a guaranteed slot in the channel capacity, and on top of that, there are buffer. Come first, first serve. I think the capacity is going to be equal to 0 even, because we need to make sure that when over here we're sending something, to our future, it is going to be consumed immediately. That's something that we need to ensure in order for this to happen. But then also no, I don't think it's possible, because we want the lifetime to be in between await points. That's impossible, right? So like over here, we're calling await, which technically means that the event that we had is no longer available to us. That is impossible, right? So I think this means that we literally, so in order for this to be safe, we need to not have await points inside this handler, which is the draw. So just like I was saying, our event handling can be async, our updating can be async, but our drawing cannot be async. Which means probably that instead of having the event here, having the frame buffer directly inside of it, we need something else here. I think we even don't need the lifetime here. Yeah, we need to. I think we just need to figure out how to do this without lifetimes completely. I think. So when we're doing draw, we don't have the frame buffer, and we need to figure out how to get the frame buffer here. Which I think we can. I mean, obviously I know that I can. But... Not even sure the way I'm doing that is safe also, but it has been working for the engine. Okay, not unbounded. Bounded. Try send. I'm gonna do poll the future. Generate. Draw. Okay, so now we just don't have the frame buffer. We don't have any unsafe anymore, right? So how do we get the frame buffer here? I think there is a way. So we need the engine here. I'm wondering, how are we doing this in the engine? Request, okay, rust analyzer panics, that's perfect. I think I need to go into the windowing system here. No, not the windowing system. Let's see how am I doing here. Draw. There you go. There you go. That's where we are rendering to. But that's not correct. I think. I'm wondering if that is safe actually. Okay, this should be FN once, I guess, because I'm calling this only once. So this works. This means that we are rendering onto the mainframe buffer. But I want to understand where am I rendering. I think actually, you know what? This is basically our context. So how about we rename this context, and this is going to be renamed context, and inside context we wait. Well, we'll wait for something, yeah, but also we have frame buffer. I think we just have something like that. I just need to figure out where am I getting the frame buffer from, because I want to be able to, yeah, all right. I just think that we need to migrate from the states completely then. But for now, I think this is just going to work. Whatever. Like that. Yeah, because frame buffer default, this thing can give us any lifetime. Because we're not borrowing. So technically this returns a static lifetime. Because we're not reading from a texture or any attachment. I think it's kind of safe. Okay. Let me rename this to async states. This is going to be public function. That's how we convert everything. Which means that context needs to be public. We have this event which is public. And this is public. Public. This green and red stuff. I don't have it. I don't need it. Main. I don't need that. All right. So here we go. Here we go. File not found for module test. To create a module test, create file, source test. Source test, yeah, okay. We don't have it anymore. Here we go. Async states. Okay, so now I'm just going to over here. Instead of doing the world state, I'm just literally going to create the state here. Run loading. Yep. Okay, so over here we do async states as state. And over here we have a function that takes context and returns editor world run. But we also have a loading thing here. So now that wait, now that everything is async, can I just make this? And also I think I want to have context over here, which has everything that I need. Which is going to be assets, sound, and renderer. And we also will have the context of the async. Async context is async states context, right? Okay. Context over here. We're creating it here. All right, and we run by having a mutable reference to the context. I think that's how I'm going to do it. Think. And then this returns, yeah, and then we box it. Okay. And do this as, okay. All right. Is this going to work? Let's try. Let's try. Yeah. So instead of having this struct, I'm just going to have a regular function now. Well, I'm just going to make it simpler for myself for yet. So we have public function run, which is going to have context, which is a mutable reference to the context, right? And this function is async. That's it. That's how we run everything. So state is going to be this, and context is a mutable reference. Do, 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 do. Instead of having this, and that, we just have one context. Yep, that's what we're doing. I don't think I need to run. I don't think I need to run. I'm going to make this a method right now. So generate preview. We will need context. Generate preview. That's over here. Have context. So context has the engine. Context has the assets. All right. Something like that. So this load is going to take context is a mutable context with this lifetime specifically. Instead of doing return state here, this is where we have async. And this is just an async function. So I think it's going to be much simpler now because this is just regular. This is just one regular async function, right? So we are loading the group list. We do this, we do that. Generate preview using the context. Config is context assets. We create our state here. And then we do state run in the end. One of the expressions field. Okay. Camera controls new. Using the context, whatever. Fine. Alright. Run. So run, instead of implementing gang state directly, this is not going to be here anymore. This is not going to be here. We're just going to instead implement for state. This is going to all be in one function. Function run. Self. This is an async function. And then we have everything. We go and we loop and we do a match on self context async context wait, right? And then we hello, can I have ensure that all possible cases are being handled? Yes. Can you fill the things for me? No, you cannot? Okay, fine. Oh, wait. It's because I didn't await. So now I can feel the match arms. Nice, makes sense. I guess we're not updating anything. Alright, but when we're doing the draw, we do self draw. Self-draw. We don't even need the frame buffer anymore, by the way, because of that. That's going to be simpler. Frame buffer is equal to self-context frame buffer. Save context, async context frame buffer. That's what we have. Lifetime is defined here. Yeah, we need to do the same stuff for this one. And to change everything. Okay, I mean, fine. That's what I wanted to do. Here we go. Gain assets. And also render and sound. Set up all of that. We have the context, which is going to be a mutual reference to the context with this lifetime. So for the state, when we load using the context. So all we do is that. We load the game state from the path, and then we create new ourselves. This replaces with the context, and then we run. And then we await. That's what we want to do. New. This is context. Finish callback. We don't need that anymore. Because, yeah, we're going to use async to handle how we finish. Finish callback. Remove that completely. Okay. This, and that we remove. Finish callback, we don't need that. Renderer is ctx. Missing field finish callback. Well, we don't need the finish callback here anymore. Oh shit, we need to go through a lot of... I mean, technically this game is kind of small right now, so I could have been going through a much more stuff. Implement as ref. Doesn't implement debug. Alright, yes, we do path is path as ref. Wait is only allowed inside async. Yes, this is async function. Which, I mean, okay, we can make it a return. We can make it return self. I don't know. I mean, technically I just want to do this. New. And run. Okay. Yo, please can you link me to the master? You can follow them. Thank you. Wait. I am the neovim master. Right? Instead of borrowing here. Okay, I will consider. Impl drop for state. Oh shit. Impl drops can be specialized, if not generic. Okay, well, I mean, we could do it for any lifetime. Okay, so and over here, instead of having that, once again, we just do same as I did in the world. Same as I did in the world. This needs to be changed. I need to set up my commenting plugin. I should have just converted the world instead of doing everything at the same time. We do impl state a fan run. Yep, like that. Instead of all of that. Yep. Self draw. We have update. Draw is not going to require this. Yeah, these transitions is the only things that we need to do. Hold on. I don't have the comment. Command. How so? Whatever. Hmm. Okay. Okay, now we have a couple more errors. Captured variable cannot escape mute closure. Do, 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 do. Cannot borrow CTX gang as immutable because it's also borrowed and mutable. Wait, what? Hold on. I only need to fix the closure, I guess. For joining, yeah. So when I'm joining the stuff, captured variable cannot escape closures. Only have access to their captured, therefore cannot allowed references. Ah, shit. Shit. Cargo check. Let's see this error here. What do I have? Captured variables but cannot escape. Variable defined here. Inferred to be an FM mute closure. What, because it mutates something? Oh, wait, hold on. Because generate preview. I see. I understand. I understand. The generate preview takes a mutable reference to the context, but I only need the regular reference to the context. That's it. Alright. So world, we do load, world, state, load. There you go. This to do. This is the transitioning that I need. Level mesh. And borrow referender as mutable. So the context needs to be moved at the very end. And I'm doing things like that. Self screen to tile. Ooh. Screen to tile. A mutable borrow occurs here. Where? Where? Where does it occur? How do I see it? Here? Frame buffer. Oh, I see. It actually makes sense. It actually does make sense. Alright. Well, this just means that I need, instead of doing frame buffer, I'm going to self context frame buffer. Let me just make the method over here. Whatever. Async. I will write down the full path because I just want it to work for now. I cannot do this anymore. Also, yeah. So the problem is with the borrowing again because this requires a. Okay. This is the only mutable thing, right? Wait, can I just make it? I can make this one a ref cell. Or I can make context not a part of the async context. I mean, async context not part of the regular context. What's the best way of doing it? I mean, technically, I think it's all going to be rewritten at some point to use some other. I'm not going to have the state struct, I think, at all. I'm doing it the way I'm doing it here. Let me just make this a ref cell for now. So this is going to return a ref mute. So we do in buffer borrow mute here. Okay. We'll do it like that then, right? And we do the same stuff over here. Oh shit, but still. This is still borrowing stuff. So I cannot clamp the camera. Okay, so this is not the solution then. I think the context, the thing that I wanted to have here, this should literally be a... So I think we are not going to have a lifetime here after all. And context is going to be a reference counted context, which only is like, it's like, this is just our global things, like the assets and everything, but not the async context. So when we're running, we have async context, I don't know, mutable async states context, because that's a different thing that I want to have. When we're loading, we need this context to be available to us, but we also need the async context, which is a mutable reference to async states text. A different thing. This thing is going to be completely immutable. Run using async context. Generate preview. So async context is not here at all. We just have a regular reference to context and a mutable reference to the async context. And this one is reference counted also, so that we can... So we don't need to worry about lifetimes at all. I don't have lifetime here. So this is a reference counted context now. Or actually, hold on. I don't even want this to be reference counted. I will have reference counting inside. You know, it's going to be even easier. So this is because everything is clonable here. I can just derive the clone it. Actually, so when I'm drawing, I'm going to have frame buffer here available. After all, when we're drawing here, we do a context frame buffer, mutable. This, after all, has the frame buffer like before. Okay. We're just going to create the context here by doing assets are see sound render goes here. Oh, I need the assets to create the sounds. Okay. Yep. Okay, undo. Fine. I would have context in public. Okay, let's make this public. Sound is never read. Really? Okay. Okay, I don't have any. Wait, I don't have any errors anymore. Okay, hold on. Let me run, because so we're not doing the transitions yet, right? But we are going to see the world view. No, we are not. We're going to crash. Can I see though what happened there? Cargo run. Try send error null. Oh, I see. Async states 34. Async states 44. 34? 34. So we can fail to send here. That's because our state currently doing something. And that's what we're doing. We are loading the assets, which means that while we are loading the assets, all of our stuff is going to be ignored. All of our events. We're not going to do any updating or drawing. So over here we just do ignoring of the errors. Well, okay, yeah. To do is ignore good. I don't know. It might actually be the way. So you had a meeting and now you're back to torment me further? Okay. I'm ready. Look at this. We have this working. But we cannot go into the thing. But we are going to do it right now, and it's going to be so simple. Now, after 4 hours of refactoring, I think it's actually going to finally be good. To do over here, right? So we are clicking and we want to transition into something else, which means that I'm going to do editor level state load. This is an async function, which means that we need to have our context here. We need to have async context available here, and then we need to have the level path, and then we await. So that's why this transition is going to be completely different now. We just don't have in our handling event, we actually need the async context now. So whenever we're calling it over here, the async context needs, so whenever we're doing some async, we need async context. And that's it. So this handling of the events is the async, because it's not fn async, it's async fn. All right. So that's all this means, right? We have the handling of the events is async. It's not because the event is going to be async, it's because we can call other states and doing progressing our state machine. So like going into the state editor here and into the so yeah, we go into the editor here, and once we go back from the level editor, we're going to be back at where we were, right? Right. But this means that we're going to regenerate the preview. So it's working differently. We're pushing onto the stack here instead of switching like we were doing before. And in order to switch just like we were doing before, this needs to be a tail call specifically. So we need to break the loop. Does Rust do tail call optimization? I mean, it should, right? If I want this function to be I'm wondering actually. Or we can do a handle event can return that we need to go somewhere else. Because if we do just this all the time, then our stack is going to be infinite at some point. I mean, it's going to grow infinitely at some point. So we only have pushing and popping the stack, but we don't have switching the stack, the top of the stack. That's right. But I think that's how I want it to be here. So let's see. Oh, we have transition. Or actually, hold on. Hold on. Hmm. I'm using GUI version of Vim because yes, I am using it's neovim. Bam, bam, bam. Animation. Yeah, there you go. Neovim. This is the front end for neovim, which does the smooth animations. So I'm pretty sure that right now I'm going to be able to go into the level editor. By clicking on the level. But I'm not going to be able to go back. Yeah, I can go. But I cannot go back. So we need to fix that. In order to go back, we just literally need to return from the function now. Now that's simple. Is there any more? This is the level, okay. About to do... Okay, I don't think we have any more to-dos on the world. Now we have to-dos here. So here, for example, we're pressing the escape. Yes, this is Hyperland. And this is NixOS. You can see everything in the tags of the stream that I'm using. But yeah, this is Hyperland. I've been using the default background still. E down key. So it's we are over here inside this handle event function, right? And the function that we need to return from is the run function. So we need to stop running when we press escape. That's pretty simple, right? So this handling of the event, this should give us. So we have, hold on, we have control flow in std ops, right? So I think I can return over here std ops control flow. Wait, why is this generic though? Control flow BC can use to tell operation whether it should exit early or to go on as usual. B is the break. So what are we breaking with? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense. Let's break with nothing for now. And then over here, I'm going to match this. We'll match arms. If we want to continue. No, I guess if we want to break. If let ops control flow break. Is equal to this, then we break, right? That's what we do. So that will cause us to break. So over here, we literally just return control flow break. And in the end, we return continue. So here, that's how we go back. And there is more to-dos, which is toggle. Over here, we need to go back into the editor. Oh no, back. No. Over here, we need to start playing the game. On the current level. And I think that is all. So when we play, we go So it was before that we switch. But okay, sure. Let's do it like before. We break, but we don't break with nothing here. We need to change this. I think when we can break in two ways, like I said, right? We either switch to a different mode, break, result. I think we over here, we just return result. So this function is going to return us optional continuation of this. So when we stop editing the level, we might go into some other thing, which is an optional closure that we call with the async context. No. Well, technically, it's like in a functional programming, right? When you want to create a loop, you create a function that calls a function at its end. But I think in I'm not sure. Sure about the switching of states, right? I will make it work somehow right now, but let's just break. And I will make this async actx. Okay, there you go. And then we await. Let's go. I will have to change this at some point. But over here, before telling that we should break, right? We not only break, like here's how we do the switching. We call and then we break from this. But this is bad because it's yeah, it's not good. All right, anyway, we do play state new. So over here, we're going to have our context and our game state is going to be cloned, and then we run this state, and then we await. And this is our return. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So we just need to fix this too. Context, context. Game state finish callback is something that I don't need anymore. Finish context. This and this is not needed. Those are all inside the one context. So the state has context inside of it instead of this, and that. Finish callback is something that we also don't have. Finish. I think we just do over here self transition is some finish. I can do that. Transition is optional. Finish. Finish callback. We don't have this anymore. That's going to be easier. Yeah, that's another way of doing. So instead of calling this finish, I'm going to literally call this then transition because that makes more sense. And then there's the exit transition also. Now we need to generate the run method. This is going to be async run self and asynchronous. Yeah, this needs to have that, and running returns the finish, the transition. Right? I'm just doing exactly the same thing here as we had here for the play state. So the running is just a loop where we're waiting for something to happen, and then we handle event or withdraw, right? But then also I just say that if we have a transition, then we return The transition. That's another way of doing it. Not doing the transition immediately. Okay. Wait, there is no to-dos here even. All right. So this means that transition. I guess then for the transition, right now we're not going to worry about it. Inside the level editor, it doesn't matter what this function actually returned. This transition doesn't need to be here. This doesn't need to be here. This doesn't need to be here. This doesn't need to be here. And this. Executing Vim schedule via callback cursor position outside buffer. So what? Trouble Vim. Okay. Alright. Level. When we are calling run over here, our yeah, I think we do. If play transition exit, I think, is equal to the result of this function, only then we break. Otherwise, we don't actually break. We continue editing the level, just like we were doing before. Right? Okay, this is painful in the beginning, but it's going to... Oh shit. It's actually going to be good later. Okay, maybe we do have a little bit of unsafe here. It's okay. Does everything else work though? So we can go into over here, and then I can start playing the level, right? Then I press escape, and then I go to this, or I can press next level. What is the... Yeah, and then I go back into the editor. Maybe that's what should happen all the time, in my opinion. But I think it's working pretty nicely now. Yeah, we just need to fix that. So async states frame buffer is something that we need to, especially since it's a ref cell. Let me do a reference counted ref cell so that we can change its size, because that's what we need. Oof. So this should be done differently at some point. To do frame buffer should be handled differently. So we are going to have frame buffer here too. In our state, frame buffer, reference counted ref cell of an ugly frame buffer with static lifetime. So when we're doing the draw here, we do a self frame buffer, borrow moot. Well, I think we just do this. We replace it with a new frame buffer, right? Which is the default one. This is going to fix it, I think. Yes, 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 it is fixing it. All right. We're gonna go here. We can play. When we finish the level, we just go back to the editor. When I press escape, we go here. When I press escape here, we go here. That's pretty good. The only problem is that if I go and create a level with some stuff here, then we go back. We don't have the preview anymore. So that's the only thing that is broken now, right? Even although this is the level, it exists right here. We don't have the preview anymore. That's because we were reloading everything, but it actually is working nicer now because we don't need to reload everything, but only the preview and the thing that we need to do. Regenerate the preview. Yep, that's what we need. Yeah, and technically, you know what? You know what? Maybe this level editor should not even know about the level path, but yeah, whatever. We save it there. We load. We can create a new state. Yeah, like technically we don't even need to load it here, right? because we already have it loaded in the world view. So why do we even need this? We don't need that. We can make the editor edit the game state by giving it a reference to the game state. So we are going to mutate it in place. That's what we can do. Or we can make the run. Well, technically, it's actually good. Yeah, okay, fine. I think we just, for now, I'm just going to reload. Reload. Or am I? No, I like more the idea that it's not even going to be loaded here, to be honest. So we can, yeah, we can not load. Let's just create a new. So for the new, and then we run. Which means that the run must be public. So running requires the async context, but creation requires regular context, and also requires the state and the level path for saving. Yes. And just like I said, it's going to take a mutable reference, which means that I'm going to store this inside myself. So this is a generic. We are editing a specific game state, which we don't even own anymore. Somebody else owns it. All right. So over here, we just do mutable reference to level state. And that's it. So over here, we do get mut, have the mutable reference to the state. And that is the, yeah, all right. And then we regenerate the preview, because now this state is yeah. This state is being mutated in place now. So we just do level preview. We just regenerate it, generate preview. Using our context and using the new level game state. Level state. Okay. So it's also going to be running better now because we don't load and save everything every time. I mean, we don't reload the world view every time, which is what we were doing before. So this is going to be very, very fast now. I just click, I go in, I go back, and it's very fast. If I want, I can do this, and we have this in the preview immediately. It's actually working better than it was working before, actually. All right. But the actual reason why we were doing this is so that we can have the names here. As you can see right now, this level is called some random symbols. So I just want to have something very simple, which is well, you know what? Let me actually commit. Not the levels. The levels are going to be, but everything else I will. Async states. Async states is good. Nice. Yeah, okay, so I am going to create a new state that is just for us inputting some text, which is going to be very simple. Text input rs. Let's go. Text input. And text input is so now let's try practicing writing this in the new way, right? So all we really need is to have function. What is this function usually called? What I'm trying to do here, JavaScript input. I mean not the alert input box. What boxes? How can I put an input in the alert? It's called prompt, yes. Or confirm. We can have multiple things like that, right? So prompt is this, right? So this is exactly what I want. Type here, and then we type something, and then we have it. And then we can confirm or cancel. We can create those things too. How's it going? Hello there. It's going pretty well. We just a new way of handling game states by using async code. So now we will be able to do something very simple as this, as this prompt, or how do you call those? Like both prompts and confirms and alerts. Those are what? Like pop-ups? Maybe we rename this to pop-up then? You know? How about we rename the text input to pop-up? So pop-up prompt is the one that we actually need. Message box. Or message box, yes. I think in the Windows API they're called message boxes. Or they're called dialogues, I think also. But this is going to be a pop-up. I mean, pop-up is something that, I don't know, actually. But let's try prompt. So we are going to ask user for something, right? Title is what we need. This is going to be an async function now. We need an async context. We need title, and this is going to return our an optional string, I guess, so that we can also cancel it. And we also need the regular context, so that we can draw and everything. Right? So we're going to loop, and we're going to match on asynchronous context, wait for the input of some sort. We are either drawing or updating. So update is something that we don't really care about. But when we have an event over here, and when we have draw, we will want to have something. So let's see. When we have an event, I'm going to say that if I'm going to match event. Some of the events we're going to ignore, but if it's text, oh, edit text, yeah, edit text, new value, then we say that value is new value. Why async for game state? Well, it's not, it's like, it's the only it's not technically async, or is it? I don't know. It's an idea that I think is going to work very well. It's because everything is going to be a simple function. It's already working. Yeah. It's like, imagine if you are creating a terminal-based game, then you will be able to just do this without async, but by just calling functions. But we need async because we need some other stuff to happen. So we have proper UI now. It's going to be a pop-up box that is popping up when you want to edit a name of the level. It's going to be pretty. It's not super proper UI. It's a pop-up box just in browsers. I'm starting just like in JavaScript. Before having forms and inputs, you can have this thing which creates a pop-up like this, right? Which says type here, and then you type something and click OK, and then it's done, right? So I'm creating an analogy of that. That's good enough. Easy. Yeah, I think that's good enough for a lot of use cases. And I can literally actually make it work using JavaScript prompt API when I'm running on the web, if I wanted to. But we need I don't know, is there such a thing in Windows or in Linux, like the pop-ups that are already there? I don't know. But we are going to implement it using the engine. So basically we have mutable value, which is string new, which is empty. Actually, hold on. When we're doing the prompt, I think we also want to have the default value. Default value is going to be a string. So I'm going to say that value is equal to default value by in the beginning, and then we do context window start text editing of the value, and then in the end when we return, I'm going to say context game window stop text edit. So that's pretty simple. And maybe we can use, now that we are using async functions, I can actually use RAI for this instead of doing start and stop. So that's actually going to be easier. Yeah. Yeah. I like it. I like it. Yeah. So then we also have event key down, where key is return or enter. Yes. So when we're doing the enter key, we are just there is a window message. Yes. Well, not the message. We're not showing the message. We also want the input from the user, though. I know that there's alert boxes in Windows API, and there's also file dialogues, then where you can choose a file. But I don't think there's something that just is the prompt, right? Okay. When we're doing the enter key, we stop the text editing and we do and we return some value, right? But also we do the same stuff with the key down of the escape key. We stop editing, but then we return nothing. And I think that is it. All we really need is to draw this on the screen. All we really need is to draw this on the screen. Let's do frame buffer. Let's do draw context. Sync context, frame buffer. I'm going to have draw as a separate method here. Draw. For draw, we just need context and frame buffer. No, not only that, actually. Whatever. You know what? Let's just do everything in this place. I just cannot do... Yeah, okay. We'll need to do this. Frame buffer is this, and then frame buffer. Ah, shit. Is mute frame buffer. I cannot do this in one line because this is going to be a temporary that is dropped, and yeah. Or I could just pass at mute frame buffer for every function that I use, but I don't like that. It's going to be easier if we do it like that. First of all, I want to clear the frame buffer with let's do the black, and then we do using the default font. I'm going to draw. I want to draw onto the frame buffer. Okay, text is going to be value. Align is center. Transform identity. Color is white, and just the camera is left, which is going to be a camera, FOV 10, rotation 0, center 0. Okay. Syntax error, expected comma. Where? 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 Expected comma. You're lying to me. Who expected a comma? The Rust Analyzer is showing me the error that doesn't exist. Stupid Rust Analyzer. Why is it always doing this to me? I don't know. There's something wrong in Vim specifically because I don't remember anything like that in VS Code, and I have pretty much the default setup of the stuff. I don't know. And title is not used. Yeah, I didn't do the title. No machine language servers. So now I don't have. Let's please start. There you go. I have restarted this thing. I still have that, which is bad. Okay. Let's do another text using gray color, maybe. I don't know. A little bit higher up. And a little smaller, and that's going to be a title. Default value. Like that more. And we have unclosed delimiter somewhere. Huh? Huh? Look at this. What is Rust? This is what Rust Analyzer is doing. I'm clicking format here. When I'm clicking format, I'm calling Rust Analyzer formatter. It's just removing code for me. Why? It's removing code instead of just formatting it. Makes no sense. Yeah, see, it's just what is this? LSP stop. Just stop, don't have it. Okay? We're going to write code without analyzer. Fine. All right. Well, I don't know what I did here. I mean, hold on. I need to call this function sometimes, right? So when do we call it? Let's figure out how do we use it actually. It's going to be pretty simple, I think. In the world editor, we want to be able to rename stuff, right, Davey? Right. So in our config, we want editor world controls rename is going to be equal to R. There you go. It's going to be simple as that. We go into the world editor, controls, have rename as a key, right? And when we press it, when I press it over here, if config controls, wait, why is my Rust still working over here? Did I not tell it to stop? Well, it's working properly on this file for some reason. So if I press the rename key, then I say I've selected actually a level. Right? We select the level mutably. I'm going to say that level name. I mean, let's do this. If let some new name is equal to pop up prompt. What's the purpose of this Docker file in Ging? It gives me a Docker file so that which has the basically environment, so that you use the Docker file for CI, for example. And I think from inside this Docker file you can compile to Linux and cross-compile to Windows and also compile for the web. So it has like 3 targets set up for you already. That's what I use for CI, usually not for local development though. It's same as a reason as we have the flake now, I guess. So title is rename level. And then we have the default value, which is level name. And if we have a new name, then I'm going to just say that level name is equal to new name. And that's it, right? But we need to await, obviously, because this is an async stuff now. So this is how easy it is now to do like small things, small temporary states. And I think even for big states, it's still nice. Let's see. It should be working. It's ugly right now because I'm only drawing the text on the middle of the screen. I'm renaming, but I'm not really like saving anything. Let's see. Rename level 4 1 2 3, and we. Okay. How? Why can I not go back though? Wait, hold on. Rename 1 2 3. Escape. Escape doesn't work for some reason too. Did I not tell to return here? No, we definitely do return. We definitely do return. Oh. Or no. This is the only event that I have. I think we are not getting these events. I don't remember how did I do this text editing stuff. I did it recently for the Juggle Mail, so that you can put your name, and it's supposed to be working on mobile too. Okay. Yeah, it seems like I just was not getting the enter. Yeah. So I'm going to only be able to edit the text when I started editing the text by using this API. But then I no longer have escape and these things working for some reason. I need to look at the engine. And to look at the engine, which means that let's go here. And it's in the window crate over here. Specifically the native platform is what we're looking for. We are editing the text now, and over here we're doing the edit text. When we're yeah. Here we go. If we have received the keyboard input and we have pressed the backspace, oh yeah, it's literally saying over here that we are not receiving any input. How am I supposed to exit the editor? There is no way for me to exit the text editor, right? That's interesting. I did it quickly for the gem. So the reason is on the web we are showing the hidden input so that we can trigger the mobile keyboard. So you're technically, when on the web, you are entering your text into a hidden input, then we synchronize. Yeah. So how are you supposed to, on the mobile, there's an enter key, I guess. Do, 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 do. What should the logic be here? I need to fix this in the engine, I guess. I want it to be as close to the web logic as possible, right? So when on the web you are editing a text, what is happening? Let's take a look. We are creating basically a text agent which is a hidden HTML input element. And I think, what am I watching for events here though? Over here, right? Text agent, we are subscribing to the HTML, to the input event, right? But what other events do we have actually? I guess I never like finished this work for editing the text. HTML input element. That's what we're using under the hood on the web. How do I see that I have pressed enter, right? It's like a submit. Or what? Java script detect enter in input. Do I just say that we have did the key code, specific key code? I don't think that's how it's supposed to be working. No? Like, if we have a search box, then the mobile keyboard will show you the search icon instead of the enter icon, right? But is it still at the enter? Does anyone know? How am I supposed to work with it? JavaScript text input submit. Should it be a form? No, it should not be, right? I mean, I guess it can just handle the specific key specifically, right? I don't know. Let's just hit the enter key. Fine. We have this, and we also have the enter, return. So for the return, maybe I should still be able to handle the raw keyboard input, even when I am editing the text. I just need to unlurk. Are we async yet? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. It's really nice. I think there is one problem with the frame buffer. Still, it's not unsafe, but I think it is wrong because it has been a hacky way in the engine for a long time. It was like, yeah. I think we just need to migrate the entire engine to the async for it to work correctly. I mean, it's working okay now, but it's a little bit incorrect because technically, yeah, I mean, there is a use case that you can do with previous, but not with the new one. How is it a little incorrect? Well, previously you could draw your state not onto the entire screen, but like you could draw it into a texture. Right now you cannot draw it into a texture. I don't know. Did you ever use this functionality to draw a state into a texture? Yes, always. Oh, you're always doing it. Especially in pixel art. Well, it's going. We just need to figure out exactly the thing that we need to have here. You know what? This async stuff reminds me. We are not the only ones. Have you have used microquad, right? You have used microquad. I think that's exactly what they are doing. Example. Let's take a look. Here you go. You have async function main, and you have a loop. So, but you only await for the next frame, right? But we also await the input. So yeah, technically they had it already, and now we're going to be the same. But we also await the input because we await anything that is happening. So I think the frame buffer is not just the frame buffer is going to be passed in addition to this async waiter. But what we have done is we have created the prompt, which is just a function that allows us to call text, to edit text. Actix, did you? No, ACTX is asynchronous context. I don't know what's the better name. Maybe there's a better name for it. We're just experimenting right now. Let me show you. So that's what we're using it for. for editing text. We go here, levels 4. I rename the level into level 69, right? I press enter, and this is now level 69. That's nice, right? So, and the way you use it is very simple. Let me show you. So I have made this function, which is prompt function, and I can make it look better, right? But I guess it doesn't matter yet for now. But here's how you actually use it. You just literally just call a function over here when you have pressed the key. You call a function, you await the result of it, and then you change the name of the level. It's I think it's good. It's better than the previous state management. I will have a little more practice with it, I guess, and figure out this like frame buffer stuff. Yeah, and technically, I think so. We need to be able to create our own asynchronous contexts, which is everything that state was like. So asynchronous context is asynchronous input to the state, basically, right? So whenever we were calling state handle event or state update, this is now all handled using asynchronous thing, right? And technically, you can. I think if we allow the user to create their own asynchronous context somehow, you could have two windows at the same time, and then you can join two futures like that, which where one of those futures is the state that's happening on the left side of the screen, and another future is what's happening on the right side of the screen, and then you just join them, and they are running at the same time. You know? Sounds Borg. Yeah, I think it's the way. All right. So now that we have it, let me finish the renaming of the level, because it actually technically is not done yet. I need to. Would love to see you implement it. Implement what? I just need a little bit of changes here. It's already almost implemented, and the implementation is very simple and small. Also, this is all just 80 lines of code. We just move this in the engine once I figure out exactly how it is. But should it be optional, or should it be the only way? Because I think at this point, is there any reason even to have the old state management? So yeah. So right now we have this. We can convert our asynchronous function into a regular game state. But I think eventually we are going to remove this compatibility layer, basically. Right? Should be able to provide the old interface on top of async. I just can provide the old interface on top of async. Yes, it's easier to go the other way around than this way. Actually, it's easier to create an async function when we have the something that implements gang state than to create the gang state over here when we have the yeah. Other way around is easier, and it's not going to require this this stuff. Yeah. I think the only problem that I have right now is like switching states and go on infinite stack, because now that our state manager stack is literally this stack of the calls of the functions, right? How do you Do I have it? Mm-hmm. Somewhere. I think over here. Yeah, over here. So, I mean, over here is not too bad. But the idea is that how do you switch from one function to another function, right? Because I don't think it's going to be always optimized. But if you have a function a, right, which inside of it at the very end calls function b, right? This function is inside of of this one, right? So if inside function a I'm going to be calling function b, and inside function b I'm going to be calling function a, then we're going to create an infinite stack recursion, right? I want to, instead of having the stack recursion, I want to be able to actually switch. Because right now we only have the ability to push to the stack and to pop from the stack, but not switch from the stack. Switch the current state. Which I mean, switching the state is technically can be achieved with calling a function and then doing return, right? But that's not it. I'm not sure. Like, is this optimized? Uh, it's not optimized in debug mode for sure. But so, is there any way to do this? I mean, you can work around it. We just need proper monads. Yeah, so like in function languages, this is something that you do always by default, right? This is literally like functional programming now. All we have is functions, right? That's what functional programming means. We are getting closer to Haskell every time. Yes, but still, yeah. I wanted to try out Haskell to actually create a game, but the performance issues and like the predictability because of the laziness is hard to. Holy shit, the pipeline is real. Huh? Pipeline? Rust, neovim, Haskell programmer sucks. I've already mastered neovim. Must be crab in your blood. Haskell when? I don't know. I don't know. I was looking at Haskell all the time, but it's never. I mean, I tried writing it. It's no. I will not do it. I will not. For you, technically, it's Haskell Rust, Haskell Rust. It's staring you right in the face. We need to merge Haskell and Rust together and then create the language that can do it all, and then it's going to be good, okay? Like, for example, I prefer sometimes to write for loops instead of doing functional iterator stuff in Rust. We have both tools. Haskell is too limiting because it only has functional programming, but then it has some features that Rust doesn't have, which are good features. Sounds like OCaml. Okay. I never tried OCaml. I never even read about OCaml. OCaml is getting bored with checking. Oh, shit. But, okay. I mean, technically, it's... I don't remember how long did it take me to write the engine in Rust. But it was like... I was learning language at the same time. I think I can show the triangle on the screen in like a week easily. I mean, if I do it in Rust again, I will just do it in one day, but in a new language, it's probably going to take me a week to have the triangle, and that's how you get started. How many lines of code do we even have in the engine? It's not too much, right? It's just 20,000 lines of Rust code. Okay, anyway, I'm not doing it. We need to work on the game. Yeah, I wanted to finish the renaming, right? Okay, so over here now, this is all very simple. We are renaming the level over here. We are changing the name of the level, but we need to save it on disk. Does it have a... what do you call it? The effect system. You feel like a idiot. You're running Rust C and it's complaining about all the missing crates. I assume... No. Pigorally, you just need cargo run example hello world. It does have an effect system? Oh shit. Why are you not writing OCaml then? Why are you writing Rust? There is something. Something about the language which is something about the language makes it so that no one is using it, right? I mean, some people use it, but there must be something about it. Okay. I think we need the group here. If groups get moot selection group, then so level is now from this group. All right. So level name, and then we do group save level list. That's one of the things. And also we need to std file system move rename. Yeah, rename a file or directory. Yes, rename. Rename. I don't support metal shaders. Well, we have GLSL shaders. It's supposed to be working on the max, I think. Is it just failing for you? Or what? We're working on OpenGL, but it's supposed to be working on max too, I think. Rename level path group name level name into level path group name new name. Okay, so we literally just renaming the file from the old file name to the new file name, and then we unwrap, obviously. Unwrapping is good. Shader compilation standard derivatives is not supported. Yeah, I guess. Does anyone know how to fix it? So we use the dfdx, dfdy. They're not there for some reason, even though we're using OpenGL 3.3. Can you... Yeah, a GL version is 4.1. Which means that in OpenGL 4.1, dfdx should be there. So why does this not compile? I have no idea, to be honest. I don't have a way of reproducing it. We also had Davy. Had this issue before on the integrated on GPU on Intel. Is anyone good with OpenGL here? Maybe I should ask Ray March. He's doing some OpenGL stuff. I don't know. I just don't have a way of reproducing it. Well, technically, maybe Pigorli. You are just. I'm just going to ask you to do some stuff there. I don't know. Well, wait. What if you go? What if you go, Davey, to Pigorli, to shader toy? I am your reproducer. Shader toy. I mean, on shader toy it's WebGL, not OpenGL. They're translating it into metal. We'll see. I need to fix it though. I was trying to Google for it. I am not sure exactly what the problem is. Alright, let's try level 0. Let's rename this level to level 0. Okay, so this is the level 0. Let's close this and take a look at the file system. So now on inside the levels we have levels, and one of the levels is called 0, right? And we don't have an actual 0. Right, so this is actually correct now. Nice. Oh shit, did I just close everything? Okay, so then the other thing that I want is to rename the groups too. I believe would be a good idea to rename the groups. Yes. So over here I'm going to say else. So if we don't have the level, then we have just the group. So we are renaming group group name And we are renaming the group directory of the group name into group directory of the new name. So we rename everything. And then we say that group's name is this. And then we say Gang Wars Game Engine. What do you mean? No. Well, maybe it is, but if you don't know how to use it, it doesn't mean that it's worst, right? If it's not working for you, it's working for me, right? Hello World doesn't even compile. Wait, but it did compile. It didn't work for you. It didn't run because your shaders cannot compile. Which means that Macs are bad, not the engine. It's the problem is with the Macs, you know? Can you just use a normal PC and not a Mac? Blame Apple, yes. You choose not to? Oh. Alright. Where is the group list? Where is the group list? Groups. Groups list. Over here, yeah. Over here, I want to have this over here. Self save group list. You tried downloading neovim on Windows, but it didn't work. Nothing happens when you try to run it. I don't know. I never tried neovim on Windows. I only tried it on Linux. It does has problems on Linux for me too, though. It doesn't work on Wayland, only on the X. So maybe something similar on Windows. You can try running it from terminal. Maybe it's going to show you some errors or something. Neovim Windows doesn't run. Never tried. What do you type in terminal? I don't know. The path to the neovim. Maybe it doesn't work because you don't have neovim installed. Do you have nvim in your path? Because that's what it's trying to run, right? That's probably the reason. Do you have neovim? Because it's a front end for neovim. It's not just a standalone thing. Okay, all right. Let's try doing the running. I think we can rename everything now. So let's say that I'm going to create a new group here. This group is going to be... I can only rename the group by clicking on the plus sign here. So this is going to be group group test. I expected to install all the dependencies. Maybe they should actually install all the dependencies for you. Okay, so we pasted but with a different name. So here's test 0. So now if we go into the levels, then we have test group, which has 0, the level that is called 0 here. Nice. So alphanumeric, this thing, generate new level name. I don't want to generate new level names, and I don't want to generate new group names. I want to instead insert level. Is going to be an async function, so that the name that we are having here is going to be pop-up prompt I mean, you know what? Let's instead have a level index and have a name here. This is index, and then we have the name. Which is a string. So we are inserting the level here. No. I think async works better. I'm going to say that name is going to be equal to pop-up prompt ctx. Title is new level name, and the default value is going to be, default value is just nothing. So we say let some name is equal to this, or if the user decided to not type anything, then we just return and not create a new level. Makes sense. What's the problem here? Oh, we need to await. I always forget about that. Else, if let some name is prompt is pop-up prompt new group name. Then this is the name. Thank you, Rings, for hanging out. Good night. All right. So now when we create a new level over here, new level name, right? Level name is going to be 1, 2, 3, and now we have level 1, 2, 3 on the group test. When we have a new group, we are being asked for the new group name, and new group name is Goodnight Rings. So there you go. Now we have Goodnight Rings level here. Nice. When I delete something from here and then put it here, when I paste the level, I'm pasting the levels with the new names too. Which I guess should not be happening when I'm doing drag and drop. But for deleting and pasting, that's okay, I think. So drag and drop is what you want me to also have. In this thing. Okay. I don't think it's going to be super bad. I don't know why you're capping. I'm just going to do it right now. Let me just make sure. Naming levels and groups. I'm just going to do it. It's easy, you know? Drag and drop is simple. Don't believe me? It is. I thought you don't want to improve the editor. All right, fine. This is the maybe this is one of the last editions. Like this prompt, for example, that I just did. It's looking ugly, right? But it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter for us. You can rename the levels. That's what matters. You can name everything you want. That's what matters. We can make it more beautiful later. What window manager is this? Hyperland. Yeah, there you go. Can you not make it the last thing? Wait, what's the last thing? Not the last thing that we improve on the editor? Was there any more features that we wanted to do? There's more priority stuff. Let's take a look at the in-game level editor. You can rename. So drag and drop to reorder levels. This is what we're going to do. Shows the level is saved or not. How many changes since you start editing or since last saved? Okay. I mean, I'm almost done with all of your list though, Davey. Show current index and name. Is this needed? I'm going to do drag and drop first. Least too easy, make it harder next time, Davey. Bam, bam, bam. Mouse down. over here. Let's go. Let's go. So I'm going to say that mouse down doesn't really do much, but then mouse up actually will. Zoom in to level edit, zoom out back to level selection. Yeah, I think that's going to happen actually, but not with zooming in and zooming out, but it's just the animation that's going to happen. We're going to zoom in the level. Sounds familiar. It's just the animation. That's relatively easy to do. Okay, so when we're doing the mouse down, I am going to say that if selection is self-hovered the position, then I'm going to say that if groups get selection group and then group selection level is sum, then I'm going to say that self drag is sum selection. Do we do it with a specific button? So like we go into the level and start editing the level if we do left click, but drag and drop is using right click. How do we exactly do this? Or if we start moving the mouse too far, I guess. I don't know, like probably if if flat if so drag is optional selection. So where we started drag from. There should be like some time that has passed after which we can start actually dragging or a movement. But anyway, let's just do this for now. I'm going to say that if let some drag is drag, then something. Otherwise, we do completely other things. So if we have dragged here, then let's do this. Reorder from selection to from drag to selection. So those are 2 positions. Reorder from to. Okay. All right. And I'm just going to say that I'm going to say, so we're going to basically do this. Level is going to be groups get mute from group levels get from level, not get, try remove. Wait, there's no try remove method on Vex? Okay. All right. I mean, okay. Try remove from level. Let me have this here. Trait vec ext try remove self index is optional value. This is over here. And then we implement vec ext t for vec t, and then this I can put somewhere later. So if index is less than self length, then some self remove index, otherwise none. Right? That's what we want. So we have the level that we have removed, and then we insert the level self groups get mute to group insert level, no, if self groups get to group is none, turn none. Okay, so over here we can unwrap now because it does exist. And now we insert into the levels, we insert into the to level, the level. There you go. And then we also say self groups from group save level list and self groups of the To group to save level list. Okay. That's it. That's it. That's it. And borrow is mutable. Now we can. Okay, and then when we draw, I'm going to say that if some selection group index level index is equal to self-hovered, no, is equal to self drag, then black. Otherwise, okay, well, technically, you know what? I don't need the colored there. I just need to do if selection group index level index is equal to self drag continue. I don't know. If let some drag is self drag, if drag level is equal to level index, drag group is equal to group index, then we continue. Okay, nice. All right, and then also I'm going to draw the same stuff here. Plus selection over here. If let some drag is self drag, then I'm drawing this. I'm drawing the unit level preview. Level is self groups drag group levels drag level. Okay, I'm doing this. Translate camera screen to world, frame buffer size, cursor position. Let's take a look. If I did everything correctly, then we are going to be able to drag and drop right now. Let's see. So I'm going to click, and then I'm going to go over here and drop it here. And I'm going to click and drag and drop and drag and drop and drag and drop and drag and okay. It's easy. Alright. Okay. You impressed, guys? Alright. Now we cannot go though into the level, right? So how do we go into the level? I can make it so that you go into the level by doing right click instead of doing left click. That's okay, right? I think that's the easiest solution here. So the drag and drop is using the left button. Flex animations, obviously. Okay, bro. We'll make animations later. Right now we just make it functional. Right now we just make it functional. So yeah, left mouse button to drag and drop, and right mouse button to just make it left click to go into the level. Okay, fine. Fine. But this means that how do you figure out if it's drag and drop or if it go into the level when you just click on the thing, right? It means that the drag and dropping should not happen immediately. It's a short click, yeah. We need to differentiate the short click from the drag and drop. You click and release on the same position. What if you start dragging and then move it back where it was? Well, I guess that's the easiest solution. I guess it's the easiest solution. We can just do uh click selection. Thunix SV, hello, hello. Click selection is an async. And Cassian also hello. And if you move the mouse for a distance, you enter drag mode. Yeah, I guess. Same position doesn't really work nicely when you try to aim quickly. Huh? Click start is an optional position and time. timer. So we don't immediately go into the drag. Instead, what we do is we say that self click start is equal sum position and timer new. Yeah. And then we go mouse up over here. I'm going to say self click start is none, obviously. And then we say on the mouse move, I'm going to say that if self click start, if let some position is equal to self click start, then start is equal to self click start, then we say that if start minus position length is more than self config min drag distance, then start drag from start. There you go. So starting the drag from the position. Taking a mutable reference to self, yep. Okay. And when I go to definition, specific definition, like it opens this stuff and never closes it. I want it to be closed automatically. Config minimum drag distance, and also short maximum click time. Right? Is another thing. So we're going to have something like minimum drag distance is going to be this is in pixels, right? But we just say something like 10 pixels should be enough, and then we say maximum click time is half a second. That should be enough time for you to click, right? So now I'm going to when we're doing mouse up, I'm going to say that it's if some drag is self-drag take, then for sure we are doing the reordering. I mean, okay. Actually exactly the same as it was. Let click start is self click start take. So in case we are here, then I want to check that if let some timer is equal to click start, and if timer elapsed as seconds is less than maximum click time, and we're doing this, minimum drag distance. Okay, also f64, sure. So there's one more reason, it is the timing. So in update over here, right? I'm just going to say that if let some start and timer is equal to self click start, then if timer elapsed as seconds is more than self config max click time, then we start the drag from the start. So even if you just hold the mouse button for a little too long, then for longer than half a second. I should probably extract this into like a reusable component too, because I have done this already, right? I literally did it for the Find Ferris game recently. Okay, so if you click and you hold, then you will be dragging. But if you just click, then we go into the level. Yo, Cage. Hi there, how are you doing? Have you seen this? We have our own level editor now. Hi, Cage. And you can drag a level into the High Cage group. Oh, look, a new game. It's not a new game, it's an old game that we are improving. Alright. Does anyone see what is changed on this line? Probably it's nothing. Why is this diff showing? Probably some white space. Level, drag, and drop. Easy. Okay. You like the palette. Palette is pretty nice. I'm not the artist for this one. It's Davey. Davey is here, telling me what to do, and I just code it. Show if the level is saved or not. David, do you want me to just have the level be saved all the time? Why not have the level saved all the time? Because we have everything saved all the time. Like when you reorder, it's been saved immediately. We should have the same just in the level. So it's always going to be saved. That's it. Because what? That's what I should make my neovim do. I was using the autosaving in VS Code. You just use git. You commit your stuff if you want to get back to it. Sometimes you just want to test something and not save. But you can copy the level and test it on the copied level, right? Like I can do cargo run again. For some reason we are compiling. Like if you want to test the changes on this level, you just copy and paste it with so here's the copied level. Can you make those so you can still undo when going back and forward when editing and testing? Yes, it actually that's one of the things that is changed now. So like if I go here and if I do this, right? Then I hit play, then I go back. Oh, no, not escape though, right? Right now the information is not saved. I can save history to a file, so it's always there if you want. Just like the Vim is doing for me. We can save the editing history. But if I go play now, maybe, by the way, maybe escape should just go back to the level editor. And then you hit escape twice to go into the thing. I feel like that's better. So over here I'm playing. And then I'm hitting back. And I hit Control Z and I have it here. But also I can make the history saved to a file. If we want to. Yeah, that's one of the advantages of the things that we just did today. But I think escape should go back to the editor. I think we just do this. Maybe if you go into the plane of the game, directly from the world, then pressing escape should escape goes. Yeah, I like that escape just goes back, you know, back where you came from, and then you press escape twice to go to the world view. I think that makes sense. So you have your, yeah, we don't really have the auto saving, but it's going to be auto save. Right now the auto saving only works when you exit, but I can have the auto save also happen automatically, like, I don't know, every now and then. It's the levels are small, it's not going to be noticeable, I think. Unlike in the farting game, you know, when auto-saving literally made it freeze for a second. I think, yeah, actually, in the farting game, it was not the reason. The reason was that when I was saving the level, it was also detecting that something has changed and going back and reloading all of the assets. That's why it was lagging. Okay, autosave timer. And I guess you can turn off the autosaving if you want. Let me just do this. Auto save timer is I don't know, every 10 seconds I'm just going to save it if it was not saved before, I guess. Why not? If self autosave timer elapsed is more than config autosave timer, then save. Self autosave timer reset. Don't I have reset? I have tick. I don't have reset. Mm-hmm. Oh, no, nice. Fast analyzer panicked again. Why do you think that happened? It's because just I did something and something. I don't know. Did I do something wrong? Didn't do anything. Ah, shit. Like, what is this? No such field on this line. It's... no. What? Wait. Timer reset, let's go. So let's say that I go into this new group, test, and create new level, test, right? Let me just go here and say list files in home, projects, linksider, levels, test, right? So we have this, which was... wait, this doesn't... okay, but LSD was saying seconds to me too, or maybe not, I don't know. Okay, 22, 23. Yeah, see, this file is already saved now, even although I didn't click anything. except for drawing. Okay, so that's good. Auto saving done. All right. You know what? I need. I think the like saving the history might be a good thing, but I don't want to do it right now. If you want this feature so that your undo history is saved even when you close the app and then open it again. Not a lot of applications actually have this feature, right? So the level is always saved. So I'm just going to click this thing. Show current level, index, and name. Where and when? Where? I mean, it's already shown technically. P gang has a feature. Huh? It's a P gang. Has that feature. That feature. It's a P gang though. Bottom left, maybe? Like where do you want it? In the editor? I'm just going to... I can make it the ugly thing in the editor. For the playthrough, we don't know where it should be yet. And how it's going to be looking. This is about the editor, right? This issue is specifically about the editor. Editor, see? So we don't want it in the game screen. Right? Editor. Okay. Fine. We say title is a string. I think at the top is okay, to be honest. That's just the title because that's what it is. And to figure out why my rationalizer is so stupid. Why? Does anyone have any ideas? What is this? Code is inactive. I mean, okay, but that's not even in this project. It's because it's loading the workspace that I don't need it to load. Yeah, we have loaded the engine. What did I just do? Shit, what just happened? Oh, I do this. Lol. Do 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 do. Draw. And now this doesn't work. Now we don't have auto completion here, right? That's very good. Yes. Or do I? Actually, I do. How do I get completion about the arguments though? I don't see. So they are showing me the error and I don't see it. How do I make it so that I see the error? And over here I don't see it fully. It only says that 6 arguments found 4, but what is the next argument? Oh, there you go. Now I see it. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to show it on the top left of the level. Is that what you want? What is this? Syntax error, expected comma. Now is this again? Like this error doesn't exist. I don't believe my Rust analyzer. Yeah, it doesn't exist literally. Okay, is this good, Davey? Just going to be shown somewhere. So over there at the top left. That's good enough for the level. If you draw something here, then it's going to be like moved there, you know? You can move it anywhere you want. Okay? Show level name. Hold on. Before I do that, you want it to also have the number in addition. Number selection level. All right, there you go. Let me show you. It's just going to show that it's number 0 or number 1 or number 2 or number 3. We start with 0, obviously. So if I go here, this is level 0, number 0, right? But if we go and we reorder some stuff, like over here, yes, this is level 12, but level 12 is number 4, you know? Makes sense. Okay. Makes sense. Show level, title, and index in editor. There you go, Davey. We have marked. Everything is done. Everything is done. Are you happy? All right. Everything is good. I think I know one of the other suggestions that would be nice, which is the copy pasting. Right now you need to copy and then paste, but we can make copy pasting work with drag and drop. So like if you drag and drop but hold Control, then it's copying, you know. I can do that if you want. That's actually very simple, so I'm just going to do it even if you don't want it. I'm going to say that if window is key pressed Control, then we do copy that level to there. Otherwise we reorder. Makes sense. The file has been changed since reading it. Yes. Shit. Okay, over here we need to copy. So I just do self insert level. Insert level. Group index is selection group. Level index is selection level. Game state is self groups. Drag group levels, drag level, state clone. So we just clone the level and insert a new level with it. If self groups get group index is none, return. All right, that's good. That's good. Okay, so basically I can drag and drop and I'm going to reorder, right? But what happens if I do, for example, I create a new group test, and I want to copy onto this group level like 14, for example, right? I drag and drop and I click and I hold Control, and we need to figure out what's the new level for this copy should be, the name. So this is copy 14, right? And this is going to be exactly as level 14. right? And then I can copy 1, 2, 3. There you go. We have 2 levels which are copy pasted. So this is also makes copy pasting easy. I'm not sure if you use copy pasting much for your levels, but that is going to be easier, I guess. Drag and drop copy pasting levels. There you go. Have groups a name? Yes, groups have names too. If Davies here is happy, I am happy. Can we have that in the editor for tiles? Wait, what do you mean for tiles? Groups have names. You can see levels : 2. This means that the group has the name levels, and this group is going to be a group 2. So if I create a level here, this is group 2, 1, 2, 3. This is in the name. But for tiles, what do you mean? You can just you just use the zone tool by pressing Q, and then you just do this, right? You want drag and drop tiles? Oh, you want drag and drop the entities, right? Like the player. Okay. Got to see the group name on the left of the row. Yeah, it probably should be there on the left of the row. We're not necessarily worrying too much about the looks for the editor. Okay, sure, we can do that, but since you did not put this in an issue list, that's not something that I'm going to do today. I've been streaming for 6.5 hours, you know. We made good progress today, I think, right? Are we using Bevy? No, we're not using Bevy. We were using Bevy for this game originally, but we have rewritten it into not Bevy because I don't like Bevy, apparently. I really tried to make this game work in Bevy, and it's too hard. It's much easier if you just do everything from scratch than use Bevy, in my opinion. So that's what we're doing here. Yeah, good progress, good progress. This issue can be closed. Let me close it. Easy. Now we go. If you guys want to check out this game yourself, it's OpenGL, but Winit, just like Bevy also is using Winit. Bevy is using WebGPU, or I mean WGPU, the crate. I have not migrated yet. I'm still using OpenGL with Winit. There's an abstraction on top of OpenGL that we have. The game is called Insider. We won the Bevy gem with it when it was originally made in Bevy, and you can play the gem version on if you follow the link. Do the Bevy Jam have prizes? Yes, we have one merch, Bevy merch. Well, I did not win Bevy merch because it's too hard for it to be delivered to me, but since we made the game together with Davey and Shadow Crushers, they should... Davey, did you? Shadow Crushers just got the Bevy merch, by the way, today. I got the message. So, yeah. And you should have it soon, too. What he got? The the hoodie. I would show it, but I don't feel like showing another person on stream. If Shadow Crash is not here, gang merch when? I don't know. If people start using it. But in order for people to start using it, we need to document it. And I just literally made the change that I'm going to change to put into the engine today, the asynchronous stuff for state management. I think it's very good. Needs to run on a Mac before merge. Yeah, I agree. We make a good ECS, people like it, and we force them to use Gang. And that too, yeah. When is your ECS is going to be done, finally? Can we face reveal Nurtle on stream? I don't know. Nurtle... You mean you want Nurtle to stream? Or you want me to show a picture of Nurtle? I have a picture of Nurtle.
For some reason, whenever I select these things... Is it any pro builder stuff? Yeah.
Delete it. Okay. Yeah, you guys want to go somewhere specific? No? Okay. And we can read here. I follow Dex. Which one of these persons is Dex? This one? From SSD. I'm not exactly going to every single channel that we have here. Okay, we can go to Dex again. I thought it was pronounced Cedrix. Alright. I followed him because he rated me, but I never really checked the stream. Name is Dex, okay. I'm going to go and take a break though. And then the friend of your company. What's your company? Dun, 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 dun. He's doing some front-end development though, right? As far as I understand, JavaScript.
Connect, then an open listener.
I know nothing about it, I think.
God, this is a stupid. I can tell.
How can you be a friend of my company? You don't own a company, you just work there. Alright, I see.
And I basically pass in the same author.
Okay, guys, see you tomorrow, I guess. We make some more good progress tomorrow. Bye bye.
Wait, do I or do I not? Hang on.